change that. Terrible at all this editing crap. Okay, I think I'm good. Game launched. Cat's not there anymore.
Welcome back to the Lackluster channel. In 2020, lockdowns forced most of the courts to conduct proceedings via Zoom. However, many courts enacted policies banning personal recordings of the remote sessions. Some created this ban while simultaneously live streaming their hearings on YouTube, because rules for thee and all that. This was in fact the scenario for attorney Nick Sonberg, in May of 2020, appeared on behalf of a client via Zoom for a pretrial hearing, which was being broadcasted to YouTube by the court. Attorney Somberg took a screenshot and posted the picture to Facebook. Attorney Somberg in contempt for violating Michigan Court Rule 8.115, which bans using a portable electronic device to take pictures, video, or audio recordings in a courtroom unless allowed by the judge, in a courthouse without prior express consent of an individual, any area inside a courthouse where a proceeding takes place, or anywhere a judge conducts an event concerning a court case. His attempt to charge Attorney Somberg was quickly dismissed, and just 2 months after the attempted persecution of Somberg for daring to take a picture of the YouTube live stream from the comfort of his office, he filed a lawsuit against the Oakland County prosecuting attorney under First and 14th Amendment claims and 42 U.S.C. 1983. In the lawsuit, he asserted that he seeks to and will again exercise a right to make digital records of publicly live-streamed matters of public concern by the state judiciary, and that he now seeks to create new law. In 2022, his motion for summary judgment was denied, and now, 4 years later, the case has made its way to the United States Court of Appeals for the Sixth Circuit.
Hey,
in
so
June of 2024, the court heard oral arguments in the case.
Case number
yeah,
23,
it's a linoleum.
1872.
You need to find that.
Nicholas Somber versus Karen McDonald. Arguments not to exceed 15 minutes per side.
Oh,
Mr. Allison,
You make
you
it.
may proceed for the appellant.
Good morning, Philip Ellison, appearing on behalf of the appellant. I'm reserving 3 minutes for rebuttal. Your Honors, this case is not about access, despite the appellee's attempt to try to turn this case into an access case. This case is actually under the branch of information gathering. And information gathering for further discussion on public affairs is part of and considered consistent with free speech and expression and protection under the First Amendment for the right of expression. I'm asking this court to recognize that when the government broadcasts information publicly, that they cannot, consistent with the First Amendment, then limit or otherwise preclude the capture of that information for the purposes of rebroadcasting, using, speaking positively, speaking negatively, being critical, being not all. Well, then that would go to whether it be truthful communications. Now, when you say altering, I'm assuming you mean to alter like maybe like a deep fake type situation where they're altering it to make it look like someone said something that they didn't actually say. That would be the court, or excuse me, the rules that could be established in these situations could make a more narrowly tailored rule to say that you can't alter the statements that way, but
saying that they could limit the speed
maximum,
based
right?
on where the person recording is. In other words, if they're in the courtroom,
Psionics.
and they limit someone from recording.
for purposes of this case, I'm drawing that distinction. Now, whether that's my what I would argue as being what the court or what this.
Let me give you a hypo and explain to you how this works. So often in high-profile trials, they have an overflow room. Assume the overflow room is next door in a hotel or in a public park.
Okay.
The people in the park can record, but the people in the courtroom cannot.
It would be, and I think the answer would be yes, because the people in the park next door would not be doing anything that would be to disrupt the proceedings that are going on in the courtroom themselves. Because the typical interest that the government asserts, and in fact the government has done it here, that the reason why we don't allow for in-court recording, meaning in the physicality of the courtroom itself, is that it could be disruptive. Now,
I mean, there's a whole host of reasons courts give for not allowing it, right? I mean, there's grandstanding.
I need electrolyte.
Grandstanding of judges. There's witness safety.
Hydro liquid and aluminum.
They don't want recording to go on. And all of those would be true no matter where you're recording from.
but I guess what I would point to would be, as Florida Star points out, is that the presumption is that if the government is broadcasting or otherwise making this information publicly accessible, that once the government, it's presumed that the government has, I'm going to use the word scrubbed, has otherwise withheld the information that they don't want broadcasted to the public when they themselves,
Everything in the courtroom is publicly accessible unless it's sealed.
well, unless the courtroom was closed, and that would be a more narrowly together way.
Like assume the courtroom's open. For my example, the courtroom's
but the point of it is that once the government, whether in this case it happens to be courts in this instance, whether the government, when the government is broadcasting out that information, much like whether it's the example of the
So why is this locked?
the victim in Florida Star, you look to Soderbergh is the one where they're reporting criminal trials. Once the government has made that information available, the government can't then handcuff the use or redissemination of that.
Go back to then just strictly in the courtroom. Why can they do it in the courtroom?
Because the government has to pass particular interest. They have to assert interest. It's our position that being a strict scrutiny. I'm saying is I would argue this court that Soderbergh held as strict scrutiny. I think Soderbergh's rationale makes perfect sense. Because the reason being is, at least even if it's in some lesser standard, the government has to assert some sort of interest before they can close off that speech.
I wonder what the damage reduction is.
Public place, whereas when it's in the courtroom, there's no public place.
But here, though, at least on the, I know I appreciate that the court is trying to parse out where to draw the line on this aspect. But this particular case, the folks that are the recipients of this live broadcast that's being utilized in Michigan, they're in their houses, they're in their offices, they're in the newsrooms. They're not in the physical courtroom themselves. Now, what I'm conceding to this court right now, for purposes of this case, we don't need to get into the question. At least we're not asserting the right to physically go in and record an actual court proceeding itself. That's not what this case is.
I guess the question is, does the courtroom become a public forum because it's broadcast?
Technically, yes.
It's technically a public forum.
Well, I would point this court, there's the Price case. There's an interesting observation in Price, which is the D.C. case, that says that once the government has made information publicly available, and it is a report, and you want to record the public officials doing public business in a public place, we don't look to the forum analysis.
Can I just push back on that for a second? The reason I don't buy that, and it would be, is that would apply equally inside the courtroom. Because it's publicly available as soon as the doors to the courtroom are open.
Yeah, that should be unlocked because I have all of these, right?
At least from my standpoint is that when the government is trying to assert, the government here is trying to assert it can cut off the right to capture and redisseminate information that's being broadcasted outside of the courtroom. Okay, and whatever, even if we use your hypothetical of your extended courtroom.
Zoom accommodation for an attorney, which we offer. Does that open the door because we make an accommodation for an attorney?
I think that's a tougher question, but I think you would still arguably say that it fits within the courtroom confines because it is, if it's just for that purpose, it's not being broadcast to the public. That is a direct pipeline connection between the attorney and the court itself.
Of your client, because your client has, right?
Can I go into the
attorney.
community hub here?
Your client has no First Amendment right.
That's correct. We're not asserting that right as an attorney. We're asserting the right that he has the right to record because he's a member of the public through the live broadcast that is being broadcast to everyone. We're not asserting him here today as being the fact that he is an attorney in these circumstances.
He's recorded as an attorney in these circumstances, correct?
But he recorded the live broadcast that was out there. Now he is an attorney in that respect, but his purpose for making the recording was not in his role as an attorney. He was as a member of the public, being critical of the prosecutor and in this case the prosecutor's actions in this particular case. It was not in the context of being a representative of, her name is escaping me. I want to say it's Knight, I think is the underlying client in that particular case. So I don't think this court has to make the giant step to try to make a one-size-fits-all argument for how do we delineate between where the line is between the courtroom and the not courtroom, because this case can take the half step in this respect. And the half step is when a government decides that it's going to publicly broadcast information and that information is lawfully being communicated. We're not breaking into the court's private security system to get access to these recordings. This is something the government has voluntarily decided to make publicly accessible. Once you make that information accessible, whether it's through, like in the case of Soderbergh, where it was through providing copies of recording, whether it's like the Pentagon Papers, where that was pulled out in that respect, the First Amendment precludes the government from handcuffing the rebroadcasting of that for the purposes of public debate, whether it's positive, negative, in any respect. So in this, so to resolve this case, this court only need to say is Mr. Somberg was outside the courtroom. It was a live broadcast that was being broadcasted out.
I want to say, look, it doesn't matter who's publicly broadcasting. Let's say this is a huge public interest trial, and we want a lot of people to be able to see it. But what we don't want is snippets of it going viral because it will create a misapprehension in the public. As Judge Batchelder brought up, we don't want people grandstanding, whether it be a prosecutor, because the defendant's on trial, the defendant's rights are at stake. We want a fair trial. We don't want a judge who's up for election grandstanding. So we're going to prevent any recordings of it. All we're going to do is broadcast it in certain rooms where people can go and watch it.
Then in that case, I would call that an in-court limitation. That's not a public broadcast out to the public or world at large. That's a factually distinct situation. But I will to grab onto your hypothetical, and I would simply say those are the exact same arguments that were made as to why we should bar the public from ever being in the courtroom to begin with. And the Supreme Court has been very clear that is not permitted. Because it's the same, you're making the same interest arguments that we made for why we could bar the press from ever attending it and have a closed courtroom in that respect. We only allow closed courtroom in the most narrowly and most...
But is recording really speech? I mean, why is the recording speech versus you can say anything you want, you just can't have a recording. It's a means. It's a mechanism.
Well, that's why I would point this court to, the two cases I would point to that counter that would be Turner versus Lieutenant Driver, which is the Fifth Circuit, that says that the First Amendment protects the making of film because it's being used as part of the subsequent speech that's going to reoccur then after that. And that's a Fifth Circuit case. The Ninth Circuit said in Animal Legal Defense Fund, which is the versus Wasden, is that the making of the recording itself, because it's part of going to be used for purposes of public debate, public discourse, that it is in fact qualifies as speech itself. It's no different than, for example, if what I was trying to come up with a good analogy for what would be the equivalent of this from the age before cell phones and video recording. It would be as if the government came back and said any member of the public who comes in can't bring a pen with them to take notes about what happened at trial. You can talk about whatever you see there. You can go back onto your quill and write what you want to write and everything you saw. But we're going to ban pens because if you take notes, your notes might not be fastidiously accurate as to what occurred there. I think that would be a ridiculous example, and I think this quote would be easy to say that goes too far, much like it's too broad in its application to cut off that access. I think today's world that recording is the functional equivalent of the pen. It's a better pen. It's the pen that just says when we have the ability to have trials without any possible interruptions. And when someone is far away and they're getting a receiving only communication, they're not going to have those disruptions. So the interest that the government has in the courtroom to be a little more restrictive, or even a lot more restrictive, doesn't apply when it is on the receiving end of a live public broadcast where the disruptions can occur. I see I'm out of time, unless the court has any other questions.
Decide if I want to ask a question.
Okay. That's the ominous look that you get from the judges when they're thinking of that. So,
Does it make any difference that what goes on in the courtroom, when it's done, it's over, period. What is live streamed, similarly, live stream is over, it's over. That's it. It's not, there's no permanency there at all. And what you're talking about is the right to make it permanent.
but we already make it permanent. We have transcript. Most courts make it permanent. This court, for example, we have audio recording. Any lawyer who's been before this court, as I have, you wait till the clerk, you get excitedly while the clerk in the 3 or 4 hours after the hearing to go back to hear how good or how badly you did from the court's audio recording.
Day and age, I mean, what goes out on social media is a snippet that's often not full context. And no one transcripts anymore than a judge's situation.
Okay. And I'm not even sure the judges are reading those all these days too. But
A lot of transcript reading does go on.
I guess to answer your question is, and and I'm going to go back to what I said a moment ago, isn't that the same argument to banning the pen because your notes might not be complete, or you're making notes to further discuss with other, keep that case or keep that controversy alive? That's the point of the First Amendment, is that we can't cut off the speech and the debate about things that transpire in the courtroom themselves. If the government is concerned about access to what information is made publicly available for use in discourse, they have far more narrower remedies than it is simply cutting off the speaker. They can cut off the source of the information. They could cancel the live stream, and that would be their choice. The fact that they open it,
So give less access. If you want to protect reporting, give less access. I mean, that is the answer you give it, right? Which is, nothing more than the courtroom. Once the courtroom is full, too bad. Because as soon as you put it on video, it opens the whole world up.
what I'm saying is that the First Amendment does not permit the government, when they do not have the interest of disruption, which is the primary argument as to why physical camera, they call, I think the amicus call it the antique camera, or the traditional camera in the courtroom, that you could trip over cords, it could interfere with the lights, it can make sounds, it could interfere with the administration of the trial itself. What we don't have is, and we don't have an interest in saying the trial should be kept as secret as possible and should not be the subject of debate. And all the audio and video recordings help aid in that debate going forward, because the answer, I think, is the old line of we don't make less speech as the remedy to these problems. We should encourage more speech.
Right, but that is the remedy here too, which is the government makes less. Let me switch gears.
Sure.
You can take that up in rebuttal. I just want to ask a standing question, because I struggle a little bit with what your redressability would be. Let me give you a hypo. It's easier for me. If you engage in, let's say you go out back and you burn a flag, picture flag, whatever, and you're afraid your neighbor will call the police, can you go seek an injunction against them?
No.
Okay. Why isn't the prosecutor here? It's the same as the neighbor, in the sense that any neighbor could call, here any lawyer can move, and only the judge can hold you in contempt. So why isn't the proper party on the other side the bench?
So I have sued the bench before, and that, of course, goes over like a lead balloon, as one can imagine. But the difference there is the neighbor is not a state actor who has the power of the office to inflict, to cause the...
Yep. Let me interrupt you. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but in this, as I understand it, you tell me if I'm wrong, private lawyers, if you were on one side or you were on a Zoom and there were two private lawyers involved, they could also sue, correct?
They could petition for contempt, but at that point, then, at least under Michigan, the prosecutor then becomes involved.
Fine.
So
There's still the instigating action. So, but the only way you get redressability is through the judiciary.
Well, I would point this court to the McNeil case, McNeil versus Community Probationary Services, where this issue was brought up. It was involving a situation where the trial judges of Tennessee were setting bail, and it was whether or not bail being denied for different offenses. And the plaintiff in that case brought suit against the sheriff that was detaining him. And the sheriff comes in and says, well, I'm just doing what the judge tells me to do. Why should I be there? McNeil says that you can, consistent with standing.
Trying to see if I can find anything on the text tree here.
That was the 11th Amendment part of that. But you could, consistent with your ability to go through the various actors in the chain. Now, does this provide me with complete protection against all possible circumstances? No, but it at least protects me against the individual who is actively seeking to jail my client. Because if you look back in our motion for summary, I believe it's Exhibit E and F of our original motion for summary disposition, this was not a prosecutor coming in and saying, hey, I think this might be a violation of it. They actually sought to charge him and bring charges, criminal charges, which is the role of a prosecutor in these circumstances. So I would point this court to the fact that if the remedy is prosecutor, you can't do this, and this court then takes the opportunity to define what that rule is, I think it's going to have the effect that other prosecutors, judges, other government officials will take notice of this court's decision. But it protects Mr. Somberg from the actual person who is actually taking steps towards inflicting that harm. And is it the best possible redressability? Is it solve all possible circumstances? No. But you don't have to for redressability purposes. It just has to resolve the issue that you're having. And the issue we're having is we have a government actor, prosecutor, who's trying to put my client in jail for violating what we think is First Amendment activities.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sean at Long Island Audit and I teamed up to help bring you Attorney Shield, an app that provides access to legal assistance for any police-initiated contact in 30 seconds or less over video. Had an accident or get pulled over? Push the button. Are the cops at your door? Push the button. Forced to defend yourself? Push the button and let an attorney do the talking. At the same time, you'll notify your emergency contacts and let them know where you are, all for less than $10 a month. Or even lower when included in a family plan, which is perfect if you have a teen driver in your home. Plus, there are no extra fees for how many times you have to use the app or for extended call durations. Use my link or code BLACK during checkout for 10% off your membership. And for a limited time, you can even invest and get equity in Attorney Shield using the Start Engine link in the description and pinned comment.
May it please the court. Good morning, Your Honors. My name is Brooke Tucker, and I represent the defendant appellee, Oakland County Prosecutor Karen McDonald. This case is about standing in a court policy. The plaintiff, an attorney in this matter, wants to appear in court over Zoom, take his own photos, his own video, and then post them. The problem is that he sued the wrong person. Appellee requests that this court uphold the decision of the lower
What
court.
about our first case that says just being subject to the process is enough?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
We have a case called Speech First, and it says just being subject to the process, the legal process as a result of your speech else is enough
Is enough.
for Article 3 and
I mean, that's a great point. However, for this dispute to fall within, for the plaintiff to have standing in this matter, the dispute would be one against the court. Because as you pointed out, in plaintiff's case, the court...
the prosecutor, as he points out, is the one bringing the action. She's brought it once and she says she'll do it again. And that means you will be subject to the process. He was subject to the process. He will be in the future. Why isn't that enough?
Frankly, anybody who violates a court policy should be subject to the process of the court. There's no enforcement mechanism.
That means he has
Yes, sir. There's no enforcement mechanism for the prosecutor in this particular court policy. Even though that's maybe what the prosecutor wanted, she couldn't have got it. The enforcement mechanism belongs with the court, as it should, because this is a court policy that they're seeking to enact. However, at base, the plaintiff in this case has nothing but a theoretical injury against defendant McDonald. His claims are focused on the wrong party because, as you mentioned, even a decision...
Okay, so in many instances, what happens is there's a recording. Judges don't pay attention to social media, but the prosecutor picks it up. It's the prosecutor that keeps coming back to court and subjecting him to the process. I totally agree with you. If we didn't have Speech First on the books, this may look like a different case. But with Speech First, it seems short of regress. It seems to do something different in my mind.
I think it's a good point. However, recall that in this matter, every party is an officer of the court. Isn't that exactly what we want officers of the court to do? To allow the judge during the hearing to say, hey, how am I going to rule on this motion? Or what exactly is my
I'm not seeing anything here.
objection? We don't want them to say, hey, are you violating court policies?
I understand that, but it still doesn't answer the question of how do we deal with Speech First?
Well, you deal with Speech First by, as you mentioned with the plaintiff, thinking about redressability. You know, the fact that there is
We're gonna do a search.
theoretical injury, and that's an important part of standing, is important. And I mean, of course, this was 4 years ago, and there's nothing in the record to indicate that he the injury being, theoretical in this case is important. However, there's kind of no redressability because he says, hey, this one particular prosecutor's office, he goes a county up or a county left, and that prosecutor's office could do the same thing because many, many courts, this one included, have similar policies. The court policy in question here allows you to take video or photo if you have permission. That is actually less restrictive than the court policy for the Sixth Circuit, which states in paragraph 3 of your electronic device policy that taking photographs and making video or audio recordings are strictly prohibited.
Sure, but maybe that's beside the point as well. Maybe he'll challenge that next. But let me ask you this. He brings up a pen and paper. Could a court ban note-taking?
If you want to find that this plaintiff has standing, which, as you know, is a jurisdictional bar, and talk about the First Amendment, there's plenty of access. No one's trying to take away a pen. No one is trying
No, I'm asking could.
No, nor should it. These are live Zoom recordings, the live, YouTube broadcast that he wants to talk about at this point.
Wait, but you're not answering my question. Could a court ban someone from bringing in a pen and paper into the courtroom and taking notes because it's distracting?
I think I finally found something.
At that point, I would rely on the judge on a case-by-case basis, which is really what we want.
So you're saying
decide
yes.
whether or not that's
So yes, no, yes, they could.
it depends, frankly. No, I don't think they should on a normal basis.
I asked could, not must. So could is yes.
That's right.
Okay. And how do you deal with cases like Minneapolis Star, which said that there they weren't banning the Minneapolis Star from publishing. They were banning they were taxing the paper on their inking paper.
Well, I think that you should really narrow your focus to this exact case. There's no press involved in this case. This case is more akin to the Mezabov versus
Okay.
where every party is an attorney. As I mentioned, they're officers of the court, and the First Amendment rights of an attorney in court doing their job are maybe a different analysis than you would get
So,
the press.
I guess so. These just unlock. I guess
No, Your Honor.
you're
I'm
starting
saying that
tiers, so I can make bolt thruster and jetpack. So I can make the blue ones. If I open these up, then I can make the next tier. But then what opens? Okay, so that's only one. There's no armor.
When they're in court, and I don't think anybody is arguing, and there's nothing on the record to say that plaintiff Somberg was in court.
Yeah, it's very
at the
confusing.
trial hearing representing his criminal defendant.
Says he wasn't in court as in his role as an attorney. So does that change the analysis?
I think.
Okay,
I
well,
think in
that's,
Mexico they called it the raison d'etre. The reason that you're in court is to be the attorney. If you want to switch your hat and take photos for a second and disregard the whole focus of you being there, I don't think that's good enough, because the reason that you're in court is to represent your client. Your First Amendment rights are non-existent according to this court in Mezabov. And that's, part of...
Analysis if it was the client that was doing the recording rather than the attorney. Would that be a different analysis?
I think it would be a slightly different analysis because, as this court has found, an attorney has no First Amendment rights while they're in court, and I don't know that the court has found that for clients. However, I would
Get
argue
this
that
and read the
everyone
link.
appearing in front of the court, whether they're on Zoom or in, physically in court, should be subject to the judicial discretion of whether or not they're allowed to take photographs, and that plaintiff's real issue here is with the court policy. But as you guys have, found, there are three actors here. There's the court that made the policy that you can't take photos. There's the court that,
If I want money,
enforced the policy.
the droid's probably the way to go.
Photos, potentially in violation of that policy. And third is the prosecutor.
Because the droid, you get the
brought the motion to
equipment.
show cause, asking the court, hey, he violated your policy. What do you want to do about it? Leaving it to the court's discretion. But in front of you is only the plaintiff, Somberg, who took the photos, and the prosecutor who brought the motion to show cause. You can't redress his, theoretical injury against this defendant. If, however, you decide that you want to kind of gloss over standing court's attention that he's potentially violating this court policy. As this circuit has clarified, a member of the public, or in this case, the attorney, the right to record in court is
involved or like if the client brought in contempt based on the recording.
Great question. No, prosecutor doesn't have to be involved. Could be fines, could be, in order to take the photo down, for example, none of which happened to plaintiff Somber. There's nothing in the record to show that he suffered any sort of what you might consider an injury on that. The prosecutor doesn't need to be involved at all. Could they? Potentially, but that's not what happened, and there's nothing in the record to show that. But as we know, the First Amendment doesn't require, if you again choose to find standing and want to discuss the First Amendment, it doesn't require states to accommodate every potential method of recording its proceedings, and that might go to your question about the pen. We don't have to accommodate every method.
Yeah, so my job now is just to loot.
No, Your Honor, you shouldn't. The Sharp case, again, from this circuit tells us that the appropriate level of scrutiny to apply would be rational basis. I would kind of argue, I know he wants strict scrutiny, I know the amicus party wants strict scrutiny. Even if you apply strict scrutiny, I still think the court policy would pass muster. It's content neutral, it's pretty narrowly tailored, it allows you to, ask the court for permission, and the court's not in front of you. And so even though I do think the policy, if you were to do a First Amendment review of it, would pass muster, as I think this court's similar policy restricting electronics and photograph taking would pass strict scrutiny, that's not necessary, that's not appropriate. Rational basis scrutiny would be appropriate on these facts. And no court, even though I know in the supplemental authority letter from plaintiff, he brought up Soderbergh, that was obviously a different situation. No court has found a First Amendment right to record on facts similar to this. An attorney in court violating court policy. If you choose to do so, as I mentioned, rational basis is appropriate. Zoom court is still court. Courts are traditionally a non-public forum for First Amendment purposes. We know that from Mesenthal versus Allen. In fact, Judge Batchelder in that case found that the First Amendment rights are at their lowest point in the courtroom. In that case, the court concluded, as you know,
See, that should be wrong, because your First Amendment rights should be first and foremost in a courtroom.
Correct?
Yes, Your Honor, that's what happened in Soderbergh.
Okay,
So
so pen states effectively muzzles
I think it's some good XP for doing this.
creation of any record of the speech. If they can take the pen away, they can take the paper away, they can take the recording away. I mean, by forbidding the creation, can't they forbid the speech?
To an extent, Your Honor, if they, for example, if they ask to take photographs and they're denied, I mean, there's still access to the court in that circumstance through a recording or a transcript.
Why is that what the court's doing? It's forbidding the creation of any of these, so ultimately there will be no speech.
They're not prohibiting the creation. They are taking judicial discretion, which is appropriate on a case-by-case basis to decide what should be recorded and what shouldn't. Plaintiff Somberg wants you to say, hey, the First Amendment protects me doing what I want. No, Your Honor, it's protecting the constitutional rights of the people whose rights in the courtroom are most important. That not being the attorneys, that being, a child victim of sex trafficking who's on the witness stand. Plaintiff Somberg would have you allow him to set up a tripod and make his own recording. But I would ask that you not even really consider the policy of the court, since the court's not a defendant in front of you. But it's you to decide if that policy is appropriate under any level of scrutiny, even though rational basis is appropriate.
Says, look, just don't lie to me. You can't record. What's the problem with that?
The problem with that, Your Honor, is that we want people to be involved in government. We want open court. Now, we want a public open court, noting that as lawyers we know that's different than a public forum. We want a public court.
Corpses despawn way too soon.
We want people involved. I don't want to chill courts allowing live YouTube or live Zoom because efficiently, and I think that's good for all of us. That said, finding for the plaintiff in this matter does jeopardize people and judges being willing to post live on YouTube or have Zoom hearings, and it jeopardizes every such court
I don't
rule
think I have enough.
that, like yours and like the 52nd District, allows courts to have discretion case by case over what can be recorded. I ask that you uphold the grant of summary judgment, even though the basis you may find might be different than Judge Strain's. For example, if you want to rely on standing, which, as we agree here, is a fundamental dispositive issue, and redressability is not able to be achieved against this defendant. So even if you find a different reason, I ask that you uphold the grant of summary judgment and show that the plaintiff either doesn't have standing or that the court policy is a matter of judicial discretion rather than a First Amendment here. Thank you.
Thank you. Counsel, you have your full 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'd like to just take that time to make 2 points. One is, I've heard a lot of really great arguments about why judges in the confines of this court. Today you didn't see me. I got my iPad and my iPhone sitting over at this court at my table, obviously. This court has the ability to control how business is conducted in this courtroom. What the argument I'm trying to make to you today is that when this court posts that audio recording online later on, I'm not arguing about if I can put up a tripod right here, as we just heard. What I'm arguing is that when the court voluntarily makes that information publicly accessible, the government doesn't get to handcuff the discussion and the use of that material in the public debate. Now, I get the irony of what I'm trying to do in the sense that, isn't the more narrowly, doesn't it hurt more by the fact that the remedy would be to cut off access? This court's not required to post audio recordings online. I like it because it gives me a chance to hear myself, how good or bad I or my opponent did. But it also gives others who have the ability to say, to be critical of me, to be critical of those who work for the government, to be critical of those who hold lifetime appointments on the bench. So hopefully that the overall aspect is a check on the system that criticism or positive, we always want to criticism, but it could be a positive aspect of what the courts, what the officials are doing in that aspect. So I guess what I would do is sort of don't get caught up in this is not a court to get the court. It's solely about what happens outside the courtroom that is being broadcasted to the public, to the world at large. Don't miss that fact, because it's like for our sister counsel here today, we've not heard that distinction. They keep trying to make this about being it touches the court, therefore it is the court aspect. The other question I'd like to point out in my last minute remaining is that there was some discussion about speech first. I think speech first directly resulted in Kareem. Both speech first and Kareem suggested that my client has standing in this respect. What the Supreme Court has told us is that Mr. Somberg doesn't have to actually be convicted in order to have standing sufficient to be able to be the basis by which the government is trying to seek those rules. The question you asked about is the process resulting in chill? And the answer is yes, it is. Mr. Somberg wants to be able to continue to do these activities, and he's afraid he's going to be prosecuted. Now, where do you draw the line between Morrissey, which is the subjective chill, versus the Kareem and speech first objective chill? Is we look to the, which is interesting enough, we look to McKay factors, which is a sense of irony because I was a lawyer on McKay when I came back on this the first time, where I was arguing you should have a right to report in a courtroom before. But when you look at the McKay factors, these things have been happening. You've got a prosecutor who's brought the charges. They have, and the last thing I guess I want to leave with that on that very point is this court has essentially invited counsel to disavow prosecution. That's what the supplemental brief was essentially inviting. Here, in oral argument, disavow, they cannot disavow. The threat of prosecution is real, it is possible, it is likely, it's more sophisticated from an objective to an objective.
verified.
We often argue that the court's authority to limit recordings in a courtroom during a public trial should be rarely executed, but to protect witnesses, jurors, and victims, allowing video and audio captures ensures proceedings are held, reported, and recorded for history, but more important is allowing the public to see the judicial process in action to promote education, transparency, accountability, and deterrence of misconduct. Justice should not only be done, but should be soon to be done. For now, the case is over, but when the court has reached a decision, I'll be sure to let you know. Until then, if you enjoy these types of videos, check out some of the other appellate court hearings I've covered. Linked on screen.
Yeah, these guys definitely get close here. So I don't know what the efficiency is. If it's more efficient to do higher level or lower level. Oh shit, I'm out of power.
If qualified immunity requires that level of granularity and particularity, I think the court has either have a case.
Scottsdale police officer Daniel Kohler and Nicholas McKellar alleges that they witnessed Andy make a U-turn and initiated a traffic stop, in which Officer Kohler immediately began escalating the encounter.
Yay! So what would unlock a... So does that... The guy doesn't have any attitude. There's a cop that needs to lose any qualified immunity they might have. That's where the guards be kicking his ass.
Officer Kohler used excessive force when he body slammed
No
Andy
shit.
into the ground at first and continued applying force to his legs.
Officer Kohler throws Andy to the ground. Another officer kneels on his legs. Andy's nose is broken. He's bruised and bleeding from the face, calling bystanders to intervene.
I wanted to make sure that I wasn't going to get totally beat, so I put my hands in front of my face and tried to cover.
The level of force used is completely outrageous. See him lifted up, body slam while he's holding his insurance card. It just screams out that this is wrong.
Andy was not actively resisting or evading arrest when Officer Kohler began to use force. the city of Scottsdale for negligent supervision and training. As expected, the officers moved for summary judgment, citing qualified immunity as a defense, but the district court denied immunity.
Good.
Both officers and the city appealed to the Ninth Circuit.
My name is Lori Davis. May it please the court. I
Okay,
represent
so
officers
will that
Fuller and
unlock
McKellar in the
anything
city of
else?
Scottsdale in this matter. I'd also like to reserve 5 minutes of my time for rebuttal.
Like, I have custodian
Mr.
armor
Dominguez
here.
reached. Plaintiff admits he reached, and it's on the video. Plaintiff's sudden reach into the dark, cluttered interior of his car, away from the officer, is what sets this case apart from all
Bullshit,
others
because the
cited by
officer
the
doesn't
plaintiff
mention
in
that
court below.
in the
No
video
force
or
was used
anything.
before the reach precipitated the force. And it was in that tense moment after the seventh command and warning to get out of the car.
You never see him reach for anything. Oh, I guess you do there.
Totality of the circumstances known to the officer at the time that the reach occurred. Ninth Circuit case from 2009, Ramirez versus City of Buena Park, instructs officers that sudden movements or attempts to reach for an object not immediately identifiable supports the reasonable belief of an officer that the suspect is armed and dangerous.
So, counsel, the district court said, I think it's ER 50, but page 13 of the district court's order, defendants claim Kohler believed Dominguez posed a threat to officer safety. Defendants, however, failed to point to objective facts
Do an energy sword.
that substantiate Kohler's beliefs or concern.
Okay, okay, now the thruster.
That the video,
Oh,
what you
and I can do a better gathering laser.
that's what you rely on for us to determine that the district court just simply as a matter of law got this wrong?
Your Honor, I believe it's the totality of the circumstances. I think you start with the fact that traffic stops are inherently dangerous. We know that 2,000 officers are assaulted and 10 officers are killed each year feloniously with weapons in traffic-related pursuits. And Michigan versus Long, United States Supreme Court opinion affirms that fact, that they're inherently dangerous. And the reason for that is because a weapon can be hidden in a car in the tight compartments under the seat, in between the seats at any point. In this particular circumstance, the tensions had risen, and it's very clear from the video, to the point where Mr. Dominguez said, you better watch, you better lose your attitude.
Well, but here's the video. And I've got to say, it's hard for me to understand how a jury can conclude that it was your client who was the instigator, your client who upped the ante, your client who injected that pressure. It was your client that asked the person who had stopped for license and registration, inherently expecting him to be reaching for things. So I'm not so sure the simple fact that at some point he reached for something else, well, that trumps everything else. You're allowed to apply what seemed to be pretty dramatic force up to and including after there was any risk of somebody reaching into the next seat. So it seems to me basically that...
Plus, there's two officers there.
...upon your acceptance of, or the jury's acceptance of your view of the facts. And if the jury can reasonably conclude to the contrary, how is this a summary judgment?
The jury could not reasonably conclude to the contrary. Again, we have a tense situation. I think...
Why not?
The primary problem here, Your Honor, is we have admitted facts that establish reasonableness when viewed from the officer's perspective.
Well,
So
let's go through the facts. Which facts do you tell us are enough and undisputed to establish reasonableness?
the reach itself, and it was a fast reach. Alright, the fact is he has his arm guard, but he doesn't have his gun with him. What reasonable officer is going to believe he doesn't have his gun until he's been
It's your
patted
client
down?
that pursued the security guard and the one kept insisting, how can you be hostile to the police if you're a security guard? There was no suggestion that he was armed, and there was nothing said by the individual that suggested he was looking to impose any risk or danger or threatening the officer in any way.
At the point that that force was applied, which is the point the court must look at, that's the point where the threat occurred. I will agree with the court.
There, at the time of the body slam, exactly what threat was being posed.
The same threat that was posed before. The threat was not contained until Mr. Dominguez had been out of the car and handcuffed, searched. He had not been searched, the vehicle had not been searched. As means allows the side driver.
At the time of the body slam, what was the threat?
The threat was he was still struggling with the officer. The officer was in the act, it's a fluent act of the officer getting him out of the vehicle and onto the ground so they can get him in handcuffs. At no point did Mr. Dominguez give the officer any indicia of compliance. He ignored every single comment, every single command by the officer. The officer had absolutely every right to order him out of the car and for him to be out of the car.
When you say non-compliant, ignored every command, isn't that looking at the facts in the light most favorable to your client? I mean, we've all watched the video, and it struck me that while nobody in this video is behaving entirely sensibly, in the light most favorable to the driver, it appears that he was trying to comply with giving them identification. He was trying to comply with ratcheting things down. Why should we look at it in the light most favorable to your client in terms of whether he was complying or not complying? Why shouldn't we just look at the video and look at it in the light most favorable to the driver?
The Supreme Court requires us to look at, the court to look at the facts, the admitted facts from a reasonable officer's perspective.
Right, but that's not the same as in the light most favorable to your client.
Your Honor, we have, at the point that he is ordered out, he orders Mr. Dominguez out of the vehicle 7 times, and on the 7th time and the warning, I get out or I'm going to rip you out of the car.
Isn't he also standing in front of the door, not allowing the driver to get out of the car while he's ordering him out of the car?
Go ahead and step out of the car. You don't have a right to open. Go ahead and step out of the car. Go ahead and step out of the car. Get out of the car.
Judge Desai, I believe that it is I think is a red herring for the point of the use of force. There was no force used. He's ordering him out of the car. Plaintiff is leaning back, much like you or I might do if we drop our cell phone in our car. But what is he leaning back?
Welcome back.
Is he leaning back from a reasonable officer's perspective to gain access to something? To gain a weapon? If he reaches suddenly back, is the officer not
Excuse me.
to be an imminent threat? And that's the point that force is used, regardless of whether he could get out of the car or not. At that point, Mr. Dominguez was a passive resistor until the point that he chose to make that sudden, unexpected reach, which was different from every other fidget or looking for papers. The tensions had risen at that point, and he unexpectedly reached into the dark.
Wow, it's not a lot of slip there. Oh.
No, it wasn't all that dark.
This thing's
The
full.
other officer was the other side shining
It is
his
full.
flashlight.
Okay.
There's no evidence, Judge Clifton, that Officer Kohler saw anything that the flashlight was shined upon. And even if it did...
I'm not saying what he saw. I'm saying it wasn't all that dark. You're trying to emphasize it's dark, and I'm saying, gee, a flashlight is going through with the officer on the other side. So, again, it seems to me that your argument depends on a certain characterization of the facts. And that's not what we're supposed to be doing here. If the facts are
Well, shoot me your email. You're the only one that entered, so you're the wiener.
then summary judgment doesn't appear appropriate. Now, if you want to settle on the uncontested facts, that's fine. But you're not doing that. You're insisting, for example, sudden reach into a dark part of the car, and that is not uncontested. So tell me, based on uncontested facts, I accept the law that says we look from the perspective of the officer. I also accept the law that says contested facts, we look from the non-movement's perspective. In this case, that's the plaintiff. So you've got to get us to facts that are not contested.
Yeah, Discord makes people be friends before you can send a DM, so I accepted the friend request. You should be able to do it now.
Mr. Dominguez reached into the car. We do not know, from
5
the officer's
points.
perspective, where was he reaching? Was he reaching
7
under the
for
seat,
that.
between the seats? If it was daylight, I mean, it makes it worse that it was dark and that the flashlight might intermittently be showing things. But the court has clearly recognized that weapons can be hidden anywhere, and this car was clearly cluttered. In addition, we have
Climb the wall there, buddy.
active resistance that Madison signs, the clutching of the bracement inside the car, and you see the ignored commands on the video. You see the continued resistance as he gets out of the car. And I will respectfully disagree with the district court that the video doesn't contradict Mr. Dominguez's story. It clearly does. And I'll refer the court to Officer McKelly's on-body camera video.
Gotta say, the impression I came out.
Looting definitely needs to be faster.
Themselves, but the impression I came out didn't really corroborate the officer's description.
Oh, it said a lot more critters from this way this time.
And so a jury, looking at that, might reach the same kind of conclusion I reached, which is, the officer was the one who was instigating this problem. He didn't really seem threatening.
Yeah, in this case, the officer most definitely was instigating.
The officer asked for his license and registration. He was expressing his suspicion with the story that's being given by Mr. Dominguez. And I think when you look at the moment of the reach, it is whether an objective officer would have reacted to that reach. Would an officer sit back and wait while an
Oh no! Wasn't paying attention.
A reasonable jury could conclude that when taking the totality of the circumstances into account, Kohler unnecessarily created
Oh, one got behind here.
the potential threat of a weapon
Probably why it got over there.
to justify the use of substantial force.
Yeah, it's all about the language. Oh, you're resisting, stop resisting.
Do you think the district court's determination there was wrong as a matter of law?
I do, Your Honor. I do not believe there was substantial force issued. It was hands-on only force. No weapon was used. He had an absolute right to get out of the car. You see
Change the server settings so you die. You keep all your loot.
active resistance, which he knows he can't use his taser because Maddox knows he can't use his taser. And so in the face of active resistance. And so he's doing everything he can to get the man out of the car and onto the ground and into handcuffs. So
Nothing sucks worse than being kilometers away from your corpse.
every step of the way,
No.
Mr. Dominguez fought him. And every step of the way, the force was proportional to the threat posed by Mr. Dominguez.
If there was better fast travel, I'd do it. Like, I'd leave it where when you die, you have to go get your corpse. But see, people need to actually start standing up for their fellow citizens against tyrannical cops. I think there's going to come a time where cops are going to start getting assaulted by bystanders because of their behavior.
This was not a passive resistance situation.
I mean, end qualified immunity, and you will see every cop have a better attitude.
Ramirez versus City of Florida tells us that allows him to have a reasonable belief that the suspect is armed.
Because police should ultimately be governed by the same laws that we are, and qualified immunity gives them too many exemptions.
May it please the court, Jesse Showalter, on behalf of plaintiff.
So we listened to the prosecutor, their argument. This thing still must be done, eh?
For a long time, I really respect her.
almost.
I feel like she's...
Yeah, I ran to the store and got some chips. Yeah, I am, yeah.
And this, her closing arguments in this case, look at the reach.
Yeah, that's what she started with. That's the piece that does seem to be uncontested. Why couldn't the officer have reasonably perceived the situation and try and reach to the other side of the car where Officer Kohler, I guess, could not see, and then resisted removing himself, or didn't get out of the vehicle himself, but braced himself in such a way as to make it difficult to extract him from the vehicle? Why isn't that a sufficient basis for the officer to respond with the force that he used?
Well, I think, I know this court is very familiar with the video and what it shows before the reach that Miss Davis is focused on. And I'm going to say is that because both Kohler and McKelvey show not just one.
I'm gonna have to go and get some more of this stuff because I'm almost out anyways.
Throughout the time that Andy and Officer Kohler are having this conversation, you can see Andy reaching all over the interior of the vehicle. You can see him reaching into the glove box. There's a point on McKelvey's video where you see that in fact Andy's reaching into his back pocket. This is all before the reach.
Kohler can't see from the perspective of Officer McKelvey. That's why I'm focused on Officer Kohler.
U.S. Yeah, United States.
Your client does reach. License registration.
The reason being, you know, the United States having its amendments and its charters and all that stuff, they're very, very clearly defined and I would say fairly unambiguous in their rules. There's not a whole lot of room for people to kind of have to guess or figure it out, you know? And because of that, as a Canadian, it's just easier to have an opinion and have that opinion based on the law. Now, there's a lot of laws in both Canada and the United States that contravene, you know, the Bill of Rights and the American Constitution. You know, I mean, because in Canada we have the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which, unfortunately, in our Supreme Court has been held up more as a suggestion and not necessarily as a document by which they should be governed by. And the same thing goes with our government, federal government, and certain provincial governments. And the United States is going in that direction. It is very swiftly moving in the direction where the Charter of Rights and the Constitution is very swiftly being eroded to being merely a suggestion. And the issues with the police are, I would say they're the litmus test for those things. Oh, this thing doesn't, I guess that doesn't convert, eh? Well, I guess it doesn't. I should have looked over at the side window here. Yeah, they're kind of the litmus test. I'm gonna have to make another box for that kind of stuff. Man, that doesn't. I don't think that one stacked up either. So I should probably make one that does this things. There are some bad apples in the forest there, but in general, from what I've seen, people's demeanor actions are the cause of things going south, especially since violence is... Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, absolutely 100%. However, that being said, the authorities are still governed by... That, you know, they should be governed by the same rules as the citizenry, right? As the public. That's 250. That's 100. That one's massive. Probably do another storage box. I'll put another storage box here. So, now ultimately it's the lawmakers that have, that really should be held accountable. The politicians and whatnot. But, sadly, politicians are very good at evading. And so we need to make the foot soldiers accountable. So this is where I think we should be able to put a sign or something on top of the storage boxes here. Okay, so let's take these things that don't become orbs out. Put them in different boxes. So we cooked, culinary delights. So technically, I guess that's a food item, potentially. Probably cook that so it comes of it. Since they got so many of them. So ultimately, people need to become more aware of the rights they have, and again, hold authorities to account. And yes, violence is an issue, but here's also part of the problem, right? Like, why is there the violence against police? Is it entirely because people are just violent, or is it because people see police violating other people's rights on a fairly regular and consistent basis, and because of that, they feel like they need to defend themselves right away? Now, in Europe, it's an entirely different problem. Because in Europe, a lot of the violence is migrant violence. Especially in France and the UK, most especially. The level of violence being caused by migrants is stupendous, honestly. It's flabbergasting. And it's becoming an ever increasing issue, and it's only going to get worse, unfortunately, before it gets better, especially as more and more cities and whatever are taken over by a voting majority that is in favor of certain ideologies. You look at London, for example. It's mayor's Muslim. I think a bunch of the council members are Muslim, and they're defending their people, and because they feel like they're the minority, and so they're going to try and protect themselves, and they're going to do a very good job of that, as we see. And you look at the grooming gangs and stuff like that. Big problems, major problems. And nothing is being done about it, unfortunately. Geolux, Geolux. Actually, I probably should go under. Like that. There we go. Another 50 there. Oh, probably put these arrows in here. Line them with that. So yeah, there's, different problems for different continents. The United States has their own migrant issues as well. Canada does too. Except we have people in Canada going both ways. Figure that one out. We got illegals coming into Canada from the United States, and the United States has illegals coming through Canada to get into the United States. And what it is, honestly, is you have illegals entering the United States, overstaying their stay, running out of benefits or whatever, and so they come to Canada where they get benefits or whatever, and then when they run out of benefits here and run out of, the grace that they get, they go back to the United States and start all over again because there's no documentation. They have no documents, so they just change their name. They come into the United States as Jesus. They go into Canada as Jesus. They go back into the United States as Jesus, or Jorge, or George, right? Like that's all they have to do. They go in as Juan Valdez. Yes, extremism. I moved my little light button there. It's on my screen. Yeah, extremism in uncontrolled religious groups are like that, regardless of the side they represent. 100%. 100%. Except, well, I guess not except, no exception. The argument I would make, though, is when you look at religious extremism from the Christian or evangelical side of things, they just make compounds. Waco, Texas, for example. Right? They just make compounds. And, Mark 2. And that's what they do. They seclude themselves away from society in general. They have limited contact as much as possible. Amish is another group. Fundamentalists, Mormons. They do that. We have a community of polygamists, I believe, in southern Alberta here, where I'm at, where they keep themselves all to themselves, pretty much, even though, it goes against the law. You can't marry more than one person. They still do it under their church. So people that tend to be evangelical or whatnot, for the most part, they just hold themselves up. And then the government gets a burr up their ass because the whole thing with Waco was all basically a false flag. They were trying to get them to sell illegal weapons and guns and stuff like that. They wouldn't do it. But they knew they were stockpiling guns. And so because of that, they felt they had to go in and do some business, which was very unfortunate because look what happened, right? The feds end up killing a whole bunch of kids because they put the children in a panic room thinking that, this is the safest place in the compound, and then when the feds went in to knock the place down and light it on fire, it ended up trapping the kids in that room, and look at the result: a bunch of dead children. So, and again, that's the federal government getting in the way of itself because they had really no right to do what they did because the Second Amendment says it shall not be infringed. So, the Branch Davidian people had every right to have guns. And they were not bothering anybody. Now, David Koresh, was he diddling children? We don't know, right? Like, because there's people that say yes, there's people that say no. But the people that escaped from there were really just disaffected. I mean, you look at the type of people that they were when they left. They weren't exactly the top drawer, anyways. They were often, kind of narcissistic. They wanted power for themselves. They weren't going to get it. I mean, I'm not saying the Branch Davidian was a perfect situation, because it wasn't. How did you get in there? But I think if they had left it alone, Waco would have never have happened. I think what would have happened is, people would have escaped or left and would have reported what was going on inside, and there would have been a proper arrest or proper trial. I mean, was it a cult? I mean, technically, Christianity is a cult. I mean, it started as a cult. You know, it started as a cult in Rome, and then it grew out of being a cult. You know, it grew out of being a cult into becoming a mainstream religion. The biggest religion on the planet, in fact. Not by a whole lot, only by about 500 million people, because Muslims are certainly trying to catch up. Well, this thing really doesn't want to. I'm halfway through and it barely had any waves. So this defensive structure is pretty decent. You look at the hill there, whatever. Ruby Ridge. Kind of the same thing, right? The family was leaving well enough alone. They were off grid. So yeah, not paying any taxes. They weren't using any utilities or anything either. Right? But they were off grid. They were trying to get Buddy to sell sell a modified sawed-off shotgun or something like that. He wouldn't do it because it's the ATF. You know, they were trying to get this guy on some illegal activity. Wasn't happening. So what do? You know, the feds get in there and they kill one of they enter his property illegally, kill one of his sons. They retreat back to their cabin. You know, and then, you know, and they were not aggressive. If I remember right, they weren't all that aggressive. I believe, other than some self-defense, I think they did some self-defense. Because again, the feds entered their property illegally because their warrant, they had a bad warrant. They should have never been there. So they were there illegally. They killed one of the guy's sons, and then they ended up shooting his wife, and I think one of his daughters. You know, it's just like freaking ridiculous. If I stand back here, I got more loot. So in all of these situations, right, it's the authorities that acted illegally, it's the authorities that acted violently, and so these are things. Oh shit, where'd this guy come from? Why do I have a Zen Queen here? Back up so they get some better shots on her. I mean, I don't get the loot, but I wasn't gonna kill her within the time frame, anyways. So yes, so we have all of these historic examples of the federales behaving very badly, very poorly. And so when we talk about why is the citizenry becoming more violent, I think we have to look at the citizenry is just following the example that's been set. You know, when the government sets the standard of violence, then the populace is going to follow that representation. UK, Sweden, etc. have the very whole let anyone in and adapt to their ways and customs, because trying to integrate them into the society is considered racist. Minorities get way too much power. Yeah, those cults are something else. Cult, in my meaning, now was more those that go against what normal people consider decent or acceptable. Yeah, I mean, by that standard, leftism and wokeism is a cult. Transgenderism is a cult. LGBTQ is a cult by that definition. And that's, I don't know if that's a slippery slope that, you know, too many people want to find themselves on. Because yeah, that's a conversation that the left will cancel you for, and I mean they'll go after any jobs or employment that you have. I mean, they'll try to make your life a living hell. Now, I personally don't give a fuck. I think the alphabet people, and I have plenty in my family, but I think overall the alphabet people are, as a representative group, not doing themselves much good. You know, they're definitely not benefiting themselves in a lot of very good ways. Now, it's not to say that gay people are bad. I know plenty of gay people. Plenty of them I'm related to. And, they're not all bad people. But as a representative group, the people that are yelling and screeching and whatever the most, yeah, they're evil. Okay, I got 10 points now. I need 8 for that. Oh, no, now I get the hoverbird. Okay, so you'll get the hoverbird next. Okay, so what do I need for turret Mark II? Well, it shouldn't be locked anymore. I need advanced construction kits. Can I make advanced ones here? I believe that I can. I think it's either this one. Yeah, there we go. Driftwood. Yeah, electrosync. Chrono, quanta. I think I even have a couple advanced in here, don't I? Basic. Oh, one advanced. I think I needed 5, didn't I? Why is that locked still? I just unlocked it. Yeah, exactly. But same thing happens there. Extremely shout, the most and most obnoxious. Well, and that's the problem. Is the majority is too silent. The majority should have the loudest voice. And the majority should be setting the standards. Right now it's the minority setting the standards. That's why, for the last 10, 15 years, pedophilia has been growing. And it's the biggest problem it's ever been. Because and it all started with clothing. You have 8-year-olds running around with Star on the butt of their sweatpants, and their mom is wearing the bigger sweatpants that says porn star on them, right? Or whatever. They make very skimpy bathing suits for 8 for girls as young as 8. Thongs and very sexualized underwear for girls as young as 8. And so we're sexualizing these girls at a very young age. We give them cell phones. They have access to porn. Children are themselves the number 1 producers and conveyors of child porn. Because they're taking pictures and video of themselves. They're sending them to their friends. People their own age, which as an adult, I can send a dick pic and a chick can send me a boob pic. It's not a problem. But when you're underage, it is. And it's not so much because they're exchanging them between children, it's because they can be intercepted by the adults. That's really what that boils down to. Is the interception. Okay. I can make one. I can make the advanced, or really advanced one now. So you get gravel metal, driftwood. So driftwood over here. Gravel metal, which I need a lot more of. I'm going to go do some farming. And then I need chrono quanta and electrosynth. I know I made a few. No, I don't think I used all those. Chrono quanta. Okay, I've got lots of that. And then I need electrosynth, which I think I used to make Voltec. Yeah. So electrosynth is aerolithium and psionics. Lithium, psionics, and I need some more of this stuff. So I'm gonna go do some farming now. The other one, oops, I needed hydro liquid. So I'm going to need hydro liquid. I got a little bit in here. So I got 5. So I can make one gun, one level 2 gun. There. That one. Back in here. Sorry for all the typos. Autocorrect over. I'm figuring it out. I'm good at reading autocorrect. I do the same thing. Very much versed in that language. In this case, normal people being normally acting gay. Yeah. Well, and that's the thing, right? And this was the slippery slope that all the normies were talking about when it came to, you know, gay marriage. This is, you know, because the gays just said, well, we just want to be treated like everybody else, and we only want this. Well, now it went from gay marriage to their adopting, to their having surrogate children, in vitro fertilizing with their own, you know, eggs and or sperms to create their own children without actually having to have sex or procreate with anybody of the opposite sex, to wanting, you know, special treatment, or and now we have pronouns and a bazillion different gender identities, because this is what happened, right? It blossomed into all these different identities and whatnot, and yeah, it's unfortunately it's killing our society. Yeah, why is that still locked? Or do I need? No, I should need another building. So I have all that. Or can I not advance to that? Is this maybe an early access lockout? Well, either way, I need more of this blue stuff. Let's go up in my party room. Oh, there we go. Watch the storm from up here. Yeah, nice little bar up here. Just wish you could get some music in the game. That's why I have my music. Oh yeah, since you're... Oh, he's dropped. I think he dropped a crate. Yeah. Does it look like he dropped a crate? There it is. Now, I wonder if my guns will shoot that thing. I don't know. I don't think they will. Well, you guns suck. You're supposed to... Oh. It will attack my house, eh? Well, what's the whole deal with having defense turrets if they won't defend you? Hey, fucker, help me. I'm out of bullets. So I can't even tell if I'm doing any damage to it. I don't think I am. What will happen if it hits this thing? Oh, I think it despawned. Where the fuck did it go? Oh. I lost it! Oh well, I got all my stuff. Ah. A lot of bullets. I'm not gonna make any bullets, so. Get a good rifle from the pirate. Yeah, I have to get more money. Which I should probably go do a trade. Cause I might have enough here for some decent money. Yeah, I need 2,000 or 2,500. So, yeah, let's go sell some stuff. And almost full. I haven't found anything. All I get from droids so far has been pistols. Let's go sell here. So I have inventory, and then I gotta loot all sorts of new stuff. Yeah, I haven't had anything really good drop off of droids in a while. Yeah, it's just over there. I mean, I might grab that quest and try it again. Actually, I think I have that quest. Surprised Upfront hasn't been on today, because I don't think he's working tonight. Come on, run through the bush here. I know, but I have the quest anyways, so. The quest I think pays 500 or 800 coin too. I can buy other things. Oof, bouncing up troops. Oh yeah. Well, let my thing here recharge. Yeah. I don't know if I'll be able to kill him, but definitely try. I need to fix my sword here too, since it's getting pretty beat up. I know it's a friendly camp. I'll keep the purple one though, because that'll probably give me extra money. I have to clear some inventory space. I've found one. And they are very aggressive. Yeah, it'd probably be that one there. Yeah, very aggressive. Hey, you're welcome to join the game if you want. Probably don't need too many of these actually, because I think I got a stack and a half of those. Well, even on low graphic settings, you should be able to still play, couldn't you? Or you figure this game's just, still a little on the heavy end for what you have. I'm going to try and kind of grab more or less what's just kind of in my line of travel. You know, I need probably more of the rocks too. One of rock ore. And then you'll be 2 of 1 rock ore. Oh, I got 3 out of that one, I think. Bunch of rock teases. Hopefully by then you'll have a couple of good updates too. You know, game will be have a few more features to it. Anyways, get back to the audio.
So forth. But as I'm trying to
Yeah.
watch this, because of
Ultimately,
emphasis
eliminate qualified immunity. I think society becomes better towards police.
quite at the same place as the cameras, so you got to project a little bit. What could Officer Kohler have perceived when your client reached, which in your brief you described as reaching, I think, for his phone, intending to record, but Kohler, of course, doesn't know what he's reaching for and doesn't know the intent is to record. So why couldn't the officer have been sufficiently concerned at that point to have applied the force to try to extract your client from the car, to which your client offered resistance?
Well, it should have never have escalated to that point in the first place.
A reasonable officer would not have perceived this reach as posing a threat is that there had already been multiple reaches, and a reasonable officer in a traffic stop situation knows reasonably that every single traffic stop situation is going to require him to ask the occupant of the car to reach for something.
So let's take that. What case is there that is not at a high level of generality, which puts the officer on notice that if there have been previous reaches, that basically he has to disregard any potential danger from a similar kind of reach? What is there that says...
To be honest, after 10 years, I'll at least need to take it apart and change the thermal paste. Yeah, right?
With like one reach and the reaction is based on that one.
Yeah, thermal paste should be a every 5-year upkeep deal.
Requires that level of granularity and particularity. I think the court knows I don't have a case that says what you're saying.
But your argument is this isn't the one reach case where you're saying, it sounds like you're saying, oh, just one sudden reach, that's a different circumstance. And in that case, the officer can pull him out of the car, but with multiple reaches cannot. And isn't that the kind of situation where this Supreme Court has repeatedly told our court, you need something not at that, you need something more on point than you can't use unreasonable, unnecessary force?
No, because that's not what my argument is with respect to this. My argument with respect to the reaches is that the jury can look at this video and say Officer Kohler watched Andy reach multiple times and didn't perceive any danger from it. And a reasonable officer in this context would not have perceived any danger from it. And had Officer Kohler perceived a danger, had he actually been concerned that there was a weapon in the car, or had a reasonable officer been concerned that there was a weapon in the car, one of the instructions he would have given to the car occupant is, you know what, because we talked about a gun, I need you to keep your hands where I can see them. I need you to not make any sudden reaches, and I'm going to ask you to get out of the car, or anything along those lines.
And is there any case?
Yeah, and this officer in this story was aggressive almost from the ghetto. How many buddies does this guy have? Because there's usually more than one.
I don't think that's what qualified immunity requires, is that level of particularity. And the Supreme Court has repeatedly said that. And I think the cases I would point to are Hope v. Pelser, Taylor v. Riojas, and also, there's a Rousseau v. Haugen, in which the Supreme Court was not kind to the Ninth Circuit, but the Supreme Court noted that there are many cases in which Graham v. Connor put officers on notice of what the law is. And I understand that there are a set of cases in which
what other games do you play?
There's more going on than what's going on here. The context
or is there a genre of games that you enjoy playing the most?
That he relies on starts at the beginning, and that is Andy brought his car to a stop. He placed his car in park. He rolled down the window. He is submitting to police authority. And all the cases they cite are cases where that did not happen. I think we have to look at it in that context, and in that context there is a robust set of cases that put the officers on notice that using significant force against somebody who is complying violates the United States Constitution.
Well, that one seems like it plays really a lot. I need to add more things in my chat bot.
Your client saying, but I don't have a gun with me even though I own one. Your client had said nothing about the gun. Would that have made a difference to the qualified immunity analysis if he just hadn't said anything about whether he was carrying his weapon with him?
Well, so when you say the qualified immunity analysis,
actually, these guys will give me a ton more.
Analysis with respect to the first prong, which is whether there's a constitutional violation.
Either prong.
Because I think on the first.
Oh wow! Yeah, I haven't played in recent years either. I have, I think, 5 EVE accounts. I was.
But here you have.
I feel like I'm shouting over the video. I should probably just turn it down. But yeah, I have 5 accounts, I think, for EVE. I basically was a one-man mining corp. I would just hit an asteroid belt. I had 3 Hulk 2 miners and 2 Ospreys. No, they were the kind of cargo support haulers for the Hulks that had drones that could mine or defend as well. I had 2 of those, so I'd have. That was what. I want to say I was either 18 or 21 jumps from Jita, and I was still in high sec, but I was like 1 or 2 jumps away from low sec, and so I was getting pretty decent minerals, and yeah, so I'd have, and then my star base was 3 jumps away. So I'd have my one ship filling up with ores as the other one was traversing to dump it off and come back. And so basically I was automating without botting, but I would just let my Hulks just mine. I'd point and click and then just control my Ospreys. And I had 2 different computers. So one computer had the Hulk account windows open. So I had 3 different windows running EVE, and then I have the 2 other ships on the main computer. And yeah, and I just go back and forth, and fuck, man, I do that for 12 hours straight on weekends, and I had some pretty good money there for a while. And my main character, Beckeltar, and Beckeltar everywhere, you know, all new games and everywhere else too. But I can fly the big freighter, like the big freighter that looks like a foot. I can't remember what it's called, but it's the one that's like, or like a face. It's like a head, right, with no features, but it's just that it's a big fucker. I can fly one of those, and I think there's one of the battleships I can fly, or the you know, 'cause I have a lot of, I haven't played in so long, I don't even know what my skills are. So I probably haven't played in 5 or 6 years, no, probably 10 years. I would play Eve if it didn't cost so much, because all of those different accounts cost a lot of money, and I had the money back then. But I would play it, but the thing that caused me to lose interest in the game is I'm just minding my own business, mining away. Some guy was smack talking in chat to somebody else, and I made the comment that, you know, dude, you should just keep it shut. You know, you stay invisible if you don't say anything. And the guy that he was mouthing off decided, well, you know, he was going to find me because he knew I was in the area. And so this pirate finds me, sees I'm 5 ships, mining like crazy, and yeah, 24 hours later I got a war deck. Never talked to the guy, no reason, no rhyme. Just all of a sudden I have a war declaration. And this guy must have had, you know, 2 or 3 friends or something like that, but his account was always online and always in the system. So yeah, it just, you know, and there's only, I think, 3 of us in the clan, or in the corp at the time, 3 or 4 people. And yeah, anytime we'd leave, this guy would come out and start firing on our ships, and so we, you know, we'd log off for a week, come back, and Buddy'd still be there. You know, it's like, does this guy have no life? Like, what the fuck is going on here? And you know, he eventually starts making demands. You know, oh, you need to, you know, send me, you know, a billion credits or whatever. And we're like, no, we don't even have a billion fucking credits. Like, yeah, we're mining lots, but I mean, this isn't high-end minerals here, and we're basically dumping our points back into crafting our ship resources and paying our corp rent and stuff like that, you know. Because I mean, how do you think I was affording 5 accounts? You know, I was basically making my money and then selling it and then buying the game time. So it's damn near a full-time job. And yeah, so eventually we just were like, you know what? It's not, why am I paying a subscription for this? You know, lodged a complaint saying, like, we've had absolutely no interaction with this person at all. None. 0. It's just a random war declaration. The system's broken. You need to have a reason. I think you need to have had contact with somebody, you know, of a justifiable nature. Like, you can't, you know, but this guy just went around war decking, and I guess he ended up war decking like every corporation in the system that we were in. And that's why he was just sitting there, because he would just basically fire on everybody and anybody. Unless you handed over, you know, the coin, or you gave him ships. And yeah, so that's when we, I think we quit shortly thereafter. And I want to say that was 2008 or 9. Yeah, a long fucking time ago, man. Long time ago. And there's been a couple of other MMOs I've tried to get into that had very similar situations, and I have Star Citizen, which I should play. I have not played Star Citizen in probably 4 years. So I should probably get into Star Citizen again here at some point. Though I think I'll abandon my corp and just join somebody else. Because there's only me and one other guy in the corp anyways, so. But, you know, then I'm, you know, waiting on Ashes of Creation. But that one sounds like it might have a similar kind of issue with war decking and stuff. Oh, I bounced right off it. Yeah, so there's these guys. How many here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I can't take all 5. And then there's a drop ship that comes in and drops more of these fuckers. Ooh, I'll have to fix that too. Shit. Yeah, I thought about it, but I'm a Care Bear. I am not into PvP. Yeah, I know. But, yeah, I'm a Care Bear, so I'm not a fan of PvP. Fucker with his little pea shooter. Problem is, if we get too far away, they despawn. Shit. I keep forgetting not to hit exit. Yeah. Good thing I died with all my shit. Ha ha. Worse than what I have for damage. I'll put this in here. Too bad you couldn't like summon a trader or something. No shame in that at all, but you could when you care very well, like gangs, fleets around you took care of the issue. Yeah, maybe. I know I have trust issues as well in games. So, but yeah, I mean, I haven't played in so long. I don't know how much the game has changed. You know, and stuff. I imagine the skill trees are freaking ginormous again. Okay, well, while we're here. Yeah, so, there, just need your email, and I'm going to add your name to this list here before I forget. Go. Done. I'll get up here in a minute and go refresh my drink. Need a beverage. I should probably go fix my jetpack here because I'm probably going to burn it out. Oh yeah. So like every time I use it, it's like 1%, I'm guessing. So there should be a repair station here. Why can't I make a repair station? Oops. Wrong button. Good thing that recharges. Yeah, I should be able to make a repair station. But there isn't one in here. If that turret's still locked. Oh, no, there it is. Do we need anything else for it? Nope, guess not. Shipping around here again. Oh, I need to fix that one too. There's two S's and lets. Man, I need a copy editor is what I need. Let's do this. Let's do... Let's do that. And I guess I think it's a timer. Chaos tricks. Yeah, there we go. Let's yours. Slytherin or something. Ah, there we go. Oh, you're 314. That's because you're chatting lots and you're subs, so you're getting bonus points. So yeah, so 100 points gets into the draw. If you're the only one here, you win 500. got an advanced gun. And I get 2 of those back. No, this one it's 1 ticket per person. So I think this exclamation draw gets you in. And it'll tell you if you can do more by saying it. You can, you know, do the X. So yeah, it did not enter you. Why is it letting you in? Oh, hang on. Okay, I gotta I screwed something up. There we go. That'll work. I had the entry cost too much. I had it as 500. Oops. Yeah, spend 500 to get 500. That doesn't seem like that would work. There you go. Yeah. Now you've entered. Use my thingy sparingly here. I'm gonna break it before I get to the repair place, I think. See, I thought I was being clever by putting my base somewhere centralized. Yeah, I just gave myself a whole lot more time to run around. Where did that shot come from? There you are. Yeah, combat definitely needs to be more fluid. Oh, more shit to sell. Finish this video and then we'll probably just turn some music on or something.
There's any weapon in the car. You have no objective basis for Officer Kohler to believe that Andy poses any kind of a threat, other than these weird statements Officer Kohler imagines, it seems, that Andy is somehow anti-government or anti-cop.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
There's no basis for that.
Well, it's also usually the best for travel. See, the problem with this guy in the car is he actually does have an attitude. Because he comes on, I know I didn't break any laws and blah blah blah. He's talking too much. So they both have an attitude.
The pleadings, that's the argument they make, is that he was anti-government. That seems to be made up. And the same with the gun. Officers can't imagine a gun where there is not.
Well, officers can reasonably be afraid of the uncertainties of traffic stops, and here, added to this, is the fact that your client admitted he owns a gun. So this is different than just some...
Yeah, and that's where Buddy should have, you know, done the Fifth Amendment thing, not said anything.
I don't believe it is, because there's, I think, there's more than 300, there's like something like 800 million guns in private hands in the United States of America. And in Arizona, which is a open carry, concealed carry, however you want to carry state, that argument means that they can use force, almost up to deadly force, in any traffic stop if anybody makes any sudden movement. And if that's the law, I mean...
Didn't the district court consider this exact fact when it conducted its analysis and cited to Young and Rice and saying that even if the officer believed that the statement that your client had a gun raised.
Why don't you turn it up a bit more then?
Safety. They still had a responsibility to use alternative, less
that should be a little better.
Means to accomplish their goal, as opposed to moving directly to the excessive force that was used in this case.
That's correct. And I think the district court did a really good job of doing that analysis. The district court is
I just like trying to add more
what
content.
it's doing. It did the Scott v. Harris analysis. It looked at the video. It compared the video to the statements that Andy made.
Yeah.
And it said Andy's statements about what happened do not clearly contradict this.
Well, what this guy in the car should have done, because he basically starts, off with the officer, why are you pulling me over? I didn't break no laws. I haven't had a ticket in like 10 years. What Buddy should have done is kept his mouth shut, let the officer come up and say, hey, you know why I pulled you over? And then you say, I do not answer questions, or I invoke my Fifth Amendment right, and I do not answer questions. And then the officer can kind of pull the shenanigans that he was going to pull regardless, because this officer was clearly ready and set off ahead of time anyways. Because usually officers like this go, oh, what are you, some kind of sovereign citizen? Well, no, if you're invoking your constitutional rights, then you're not a sovereign citizen, because sovereign citizens don't even believe in the Constitution. The whole concept of sovereign citizenship is you are responsible and beholden to no one but yourself. And there is no authority beyond a religious one that has any authority or dominance over you, so long as you are not working within certain frameworks, which is why sovereign citizens will always say they are traveling, they are not driving, because under definition, driving is for profit, where traveling is just moving from point A to point B, and no man should be restricted from that, which is kind of the same argument which is ironically the same argument that the left is making when it comes to all these illegal immigrants coming into our countries, is they should have the freedom to cross borders without consequences. So, yeah, that's basically people who don't know what they're talking about, really. But yeah, Buddy should have just invoked his fifth, not said anything. The officer would have eventually gone from where are you coming from, where are you going to? I do not answer questions. Do you know why I pulled you over? I do not answer questions. Let them give you the ticket. Go fight it in court. I've done that. And every time I've gone to court, I've won. Because it doesn't take a whole lot to cause reasonable doubt. The fact that you showed up to court to fight a ticket invokes reasonable doubt, because people who are guilty and know they are guilty, some will show up in court and try and argue it, and they will often be narcissistic or have some sort of very negative attitude, and that becomes very obvious, and judges see right through that, where if you show up and you have measurements, pictures, video recordings, audio recordings, any kind of supporting documentation, that's reasonable doubt. That ticket is likely to get tossed. And I like the storms in this game, but the thunder needs more bass. I want to feel that thunder in my headphones. Now, this cop did come to this traffic stop locked and loaded himself, though. Like the officer was looking for a confrontation.
Video. And it said a reasonable jury can look at this in the light most favorable to Andy and find that this was a constitutional violation. And so, yeah, I think I'm very lucky in this case to have the district court's briefing, on that topic, and it really went through the law and it went through the facts. And there is something else that I wanted to point out because I don't think it's been captured in the briefing. There's a really important point, which is the point at which Officer Kohler instructs Andy to get out of the car and then steps into the door frame. I want to know what exactly Andy could have done that Officer Kohler would not have claimed justified force if Andy had moved toward him in compliance with his reported command, and I don't think it's a command at all. But if Andy had moved toward him, Andy would be accused of reaching, lunging, right?
Shit, I'm not
Andy moves away from him, which is what happened. And by the way, Andy has his hands in the air in response to that. Again,
yeah, I just pissed off. I just pissed everybody off here. Unintentionally.
I don't think there is. I think a reasonable jury could find there is no.
I'm a lot closer from this bed.
Andy is faced with an angry officer who uses obscenities against him, who repeatedly makes false accusations that he's anti-war.
Well, I don't need to be in there anymore.
Andy is in an impossible situation where there's no direction he can move without potentially being accused of a crime.
That's true.
That is the and what a reasonable jury can say is Officer Kohler had 7 years of experience, 7 years of doing traffic stops. What he's doing when he steps into that door frame is creating a situation where he can charge the person with resisting arrest no matter what happens.
That's on purpose.
In that video, and a reasonable jury will see in that video.
Actually, I need a lot of the Geoluck stuff.
In an impossible situation, and he doesn't know what to do. One of the problems with body camera video, I think, is it doesn't show what the officer looks like. It doesn't show how they are behaving. The video, I think, allows us to say, you know what? These guys were on notice. This isn't even a qualified immunity situation. We can look at this video and say, you know what? Maybe a reasonable jury can say, Officer Kohler should not be a police officer. He should not be entitled to qualify. This is the kind of...
I think if an officer loses qualified immunity at any time, it should be permanent loss of qualified immunity.
The Supreme Court lets us reach out and say, well, this guy's acting
This
so
fucking
bad,
giant ass tick.
dismissing this whole area of the law. So I'm hearing your jury argument now. You're both practicing for what might have come, but I'm not sure that helps us.
I don't think it helps you because I think that
You want to aggro on me, huh? You want a piece of this? You want a piece of this, huh? There you go. Yeah, you're now a boot.
To immediately and completely apply.
Take that leather.
Immediately and completely comply with
Use your ass as a purse.
reported police command. It does not justify significant force. And the significance of the force here is body slammed onto concrete. Andy is very lucky, Officer Kohler is very lucky that his injuries are only what they are. That could have been deadly force. That could have been a spinal injury. It was a significant degree of force that's shown in that. I'm getting a little off the track there, but the authority really is robust. And I think what this court can rely on is that it has a history in cases in all different contexts. There's Coles v. Eagle, and there's Rice v. Morehouse, which was a 2011 occurrence that both apply to this situation. But outside of that context, the Ninth Circuit has repeatedly asserted this principle, that you cannot use significant force against people who are at most passively resisting. Looking at this from the perspective of how a reasonable jury could, they could find that Andy was not resisting at all. Kohler violently and aggressively placed him in an impossible situation, and he did what any citizen would. He put his hands in the air.
This lawyer is repeating himself too much.
Thank you.
He could have used his time a little better to illustrate other
There are a lot
points.
of questions about the other times that Mr. Dominguez was reaching around in the car. Reaching and fiddling and looking for things is a whole scale different from this. Whole scale difference. Where's the case?
Not
Where's
really.
the case that says that Officer Kohler cannot step in that door frame?
But based on
Where's the case that says
never
If
mind.
he steps in the door
Oh,
frame,
there's an ad.
how is not getting out of the car resisting?
it's
Right, that's a
passive?
physical question, not a
Passive.
legal question.
It's passive resistance. Mr.
Well,
Dominguez.
Stop. If you cannot open the door to exit, how is not getting out passive resistance? It's not physically possible to exit if the officer is standing in front of the door. That's the argument being made. I don't know if that's true or not. The video doesn't necessarily contradict that.
I'd show the
So
video
he's
too, but
arguing.
I don't know.
Jury could say
You can
there's
see
no
it very
resistance at all
well.
because
This
the
lady
problem
prosecutor,
is
the
that
look on her
client
face, I
decided to
have
stand
a
in front
feeling
of the
she
door.
knows she doesn't
Where's
have
the
the
case that
best
says
case.
where the officer can stand?
It's not a case. It's a fact.
Well, Your Honor,
Your premise is that Dominguez is
Oh yeah, she's got her head tilt going. She's going into
resisting is
Karen
because he's not
mode,
getting out of the car.
interrupting
But
the
if he
judge.
physically can't get out of the car because your client's standing there, where's the resistance?
I
If
think
there's no resistance, there are lots of cases saying that application of this force is not eligible for qualified immunity.
the video clearly shows, Your Honor, that Officer Kohler, when they're having the conversation, Mr.
I think I
Dominguez
killed one of the
says, "You don't
guards,
lose
so I
your
wonder if there's a
attitude."
body to lose.
Officer Kohler opens the door and says, I need you to
why
step
does
out
he
the
say
car.
that? I mean, if you want to go to the attitude, that's because your client has been dumping on him from the get-go. So to say all of this is built upon Mr. Dominguez responding in some fashion to the flame
Yeah,
that
you
your
run away,
client has
bitch.
lit, that's not very persuasive,
don't
and it
bark.
again requires us to accept your version of the facts. So if you tell me that the jury has to reach a certain conclusion because at some point Dominguez says,
Keep the ammo.
you're the one that's showing attitude, okay, that case has to go to trial.
What this court must look at is the moment immediately prior to the use of force. Graham says reasonableness at the moment. At the moment the force was used, would an objective officer have responded with force? And at the moment force was used, the immediate moment preceding that was the reach. After that,
credits
it was active
delivery.
resistance.
Look at the district
Oh,
court
man.
on that,
What do
trying
I
to
have for
detail the
contracts
facts,
here?
recognizing what both sides say. According to the
No
district
droid.
court's
See, like I killed the
decision
one
at
droid,
ER
but it's showing
8,
0. So I think this is a broken quest.
Dominguez puts his hands in the air, holding his license and insurance in hand, and told Kohler, "Do not touch me." Kohler then moved closer and told Dominguez, "Get out of the car or I'm going to rip you out of the car." At the same time, Dominguez repeated, "Do not touch me," and reached for the phone on the passenger seat. Now, if you take that, and your client is saying, "Or I'm going to rip you out of the car," that seems to precede, or at least at the same time, that the reach that you're so much depending upon occurs. But Dominguez's reach comes after, it appears, or could come after, according to what the jury
that one
might
had
find, after your client says, "Or I'm going to rip you out of the car." Now, who exactly has initiated that problem? Who has injected force into this?
The officer has a right and a duty to exercise unquestioned command of the situation.
Because before he says that, that's before the
that's a
reach.
finished
If you're
quest.
depending upon
Awesome.
the reach to justify the use of force, your client says, "Or I'm going to rip you out of the car," before that reach takes place.
Nice. That gives
So-
me more
But there's
stuff.
no force used. Ultimately, there's no force
Oh,
used
already
until
got
the
the
reach
note.
happens.
All right. Thank you, Counselor.
The appellate court ruled that the officers violated Andy's Fourth Amendment rights, stating that an officer's use of force is constitutional only if the government interests at stake justify the nature and quality of the intrusion on the individual's Fourth Amendment interests, and that the government interests here did not justify the amount of force the officers used. The claims against the city were dismissed based on jurisdiction, but with the officers' qualified immunity revoked, the case was sent back to the lower courts to go to trial. However, Instead of fighting the case any further, the city of Scottsdale settled the matter by paying Andy $150,000, essentially covering for the officer's crimes through indemnification, which is where a governing body can volunteer its constituents pay for a settlement rather than allowing the officers
Yeah,
to pay.
that
The
shouldn't
Scottsdale
be a
City
thing.
Council decided that the taxpayer should be further burdened by the officer's crimes and proposed that the settlement may be included in the city's property tax rate. So basically, the officers received a slap on the wrist.
That's bullshit.
It is.
Andy thinks Officer Kohler also needs a job change.
That man should not be a police officer on the streets of Scottsdale or anywhere.
But Officer Kohler is still on the Scottsdale City payroll. While he was counseled about his unprofessional language and tone, the police department found both officers' use of force was reasonable based on the totality of the circumstances.
Let me know what you think of this interaction. And if you like this video, be sure to
Let's
check out
head
the
back
episode
and
linked on
get
the
some
screen.
more skills. 'Cause I want to make a hover vehicle if I can. And I want to see how that new gun works.
I think this will be a pretty good interesting.
Here, let's do an Asmongold.
All right, DNC, Democratic
Mix it up a little bit.
Looks like there's a Planned Parenthood abortion bus up here at this rally. Which means
The abortion bus.
So
Man,
you can
what a
go
joke.
into this bus and get a kid aborted? Is that how it works?
It's basically it's a morning after pill. But yeah, it's a chemical abortion and or a vasectomy.
Here we go.
You can get a vasectomy.
Oh. Baby killer.
So I thought my day was over. We went to the Poor People's Army.
Look at that guy's hair. Holy shit.
Humboldt Park.
Throw me the ball, dude.
Look at those boots.
Here, I'll turn this on. It's something else to watch.
People's Army March at Humboldt Park.
My name is Jill Stein. I am the Green Party.
Oh,
candidate
Jill
for
Stein.
president. You could be whatever you want. You could be gay. You could be anything.
I was about to drive home.
No, you can't be anything. You can't be a dinosaur. You're not going to be a pterodactyl. Do you want to be a rapist? You could be a child molester. You're a child. You could be a molester.
Clinic near the United Center. They're also going to be offering free abortion medication, inflatable IUDs.
I know. I'm terrible.
Never seen something like that. And then there was a sort of pro-life demonstration on the other side through the fence. As it turns out,
What's this here? Let me read some of these signs. How up reading the signs? Killed by the abortion pill.
Saw her baby die from the abortion pill.
Survived an attempt to be aborted by pill. Saw her baby die from the abortion pill. Well, what the hell do you think is supposed to happen? Why'd you take it?
other side through the fence.
That's what it's supposed to do.
One of the people in that demonstration is the leading presidential candidate for the third most popular independent party outside of the Democrats and Republicans.
Dude, you got that right. Constitution Party. You got Libertarian Party, Green Party, and us. And I'm the nominee for the Constitution Party.
I immediately believe him. Yeah.
Dude looks like he's trying to channel Einstein.
Absolutely.
I'm just a smartass.
I'm voting for him? Yeah.
TV ads this fall all over the country, busting Kamala's chops.
What do you guys think is the #1 issue facing the country right now?
You're kidding, right? It's the shedding of innocent blood, the murder of babies. Period. Nothing even comes close.
What about homelessness?
Homelessness is tragic. It can be solved. If you're alive, you're alive. If you have your head ripped off and you're thrown in a garbage dump, you're dead.
How about we stop slaughtering God's children? I'm the last truly pro-life candidate in the race.
At what point do you think after conception, baby becomes a human being?
This was a joke question, right? Scientifically, the human life begins at one cell. So you had 46 chromosomes. You had
Well, then technically an egg and or a sperm is human life because it's one cell.
was right there in that one cell.
I can. There's one part of that.
So yeah, so an egg or an ovum is one cell. A sperm or a gamete is one cell. Which I know for some people they go, but wait, doesn't the sperm have to enter the egg, right? And then the egg is still single celled. Yes, because the sperm, which is 50% of the DNA, is dissolved, so it ceases to exist. It is murdered by the egg and consumed by the egg, which also provides the initial energy required for that egg to start dividing from a single cell into 2 cells, into 4 cells, and so on. Because that egg also has to attach itself to the uterine wall where it starts gaining sustenance from the female body. I did take biology in high school.
That I think some people might have a problem with.
So it is a human cell because it is produced by a human.
The Democrat Party
So
stands
yes,
for the shedding of innocent
he's
blood.
not necessarily wrong there.
I want that woman in prison for the rest of her life. Which woman?
Jesus.
Nicholas, the murderer who is killing human beings in that van. I literally want her tried for murder and spend the rest of her life in prison.
There it is.
Or
All right.
executed.
Or executed. I love how or executed and then it's immediately cut. And you know that's not the end of the sentence.
Oh,
This guy
there
was
goes it.
only building up. Yeah, if he had finished that sentence, I'm pretty sure this video would have been demonetized. Yeah, he was about to use his ult. Yep.
Why you're here?
Yeah, Dr. Callie McNicholas. I am the Chief Medical Officer for Planned Parenthood Great Rivers, and I am here to bring free healthcare, vasectomies, and medication abortion to the area.
As far as
You know what? That lady actually looks like.
women's rights, how would you describe the state
She
of
looks like.
affairs?
She kind of looks like a
We currently have
like a
public health
lesbian.
crisis as a result of the Dobbs decision. You know, half the country has lost access to abortion care.
How is that a health
which has
crisis?
had a significant ripple effect, and you know,
I
impacted
fail to
pregnancy care more
understand
broadly.
the health
We're
crisis.
currently in a state of crisis, but I think we have only one path
Again,
forward, and that's to fix
I don't
it.
understand this crisis you speak of.
Our wait time pre-decision.
I'm not understanding this health crisis just because you can't have an abortion.
That is amazing. I'm sorry.
Actually, I'll keep that other one on me.
That's great. Wow.
Our wait time pre-decision was about 3 to 4 days, and now we are looking at a wait time of 2 to 3 weeks. Definitely
Right.
could truly prepare us for what it was going to be like. Pregnancy can be incredibly challenging to people's health.
People that don't have sex.
Pregnancy,
They
right?
do.
Actually, this country has a very disappointing maternal mortality rate, and it's the
do.
highest for Black and Brown folks, right? And
Yep.
so, in the context
That's
of
because they don't
having,
take care of their own
dangerous
health.
pregnancy in this country, we certainly
Because
should
they
be
don't
promoting
trust
the opportunity for
doctors.
folks to
Because
take
of
their
things
health.
like the Tuskegee
I've been doing this work
experiment.
for almost 20 years, and I can tell you that I have seen folks access abortion from every range of the political spectrum. Young folks and older folks, people who are poor and people who are rich.
Basically, I'm doing an Asmongold to an Asmongold video. Who's reacting?
In our reproductive lives, but has been
Do you guys know somebody who's had an abortion? I'm actually surprised.
Yes,
there's
my mother
not
had
more
one.
Yeses. Yeah, I do. I definitely do.
I would be one of
Why would
6
they tell?
or 7.
Because
Because
it's
one
a pretty
of
important
pair of my
decision in
siblings are
life, and
twins.
If you have a conversation with somebody you're close to, they're going to tell you about things like that. Yeah. Duh.
Duh.
Does Plan B count? No, that doesn't count. So no.
I'll wait till I have bigger stacks.
And so folks don't
Of
talk a
these
whole lot about
ones.
it. What we do know is that even since the Dobbs decision, the number of abortions in this country hasn't gone
Yeah, I
down.
could use more aerolithium.
Abortions in the U.S. reached the highest level in over a decade, despite state bans.
So that means that people must be getting abortion somehow. Certainly some folks are traveling lots of miles.
I don't know how they're getting
many
them.
hurdles and hoops to get
I
that
have no
care.
idea.
But also the availability of knowledge around self-managed abortion has increased. And so folks are using things like mail services to access care.
Yeah.
And that's okay. It's safe. It's safe to do that so long as you know how to use the medication and when you need to have follow-up.
The FDA says they will permanently allow patients
to receive the so-called abortion pill by mail. Before the pandemic, patients were required to pick up the medication in person from their healthcare providers. The new rule announced yesterday could help some women circumvent
I need more
restrictions on
Geolux.
abortion in states such as Texas.
If you really, wanted to...
We have restrictions? I don't even know that. That's crazy.
Oh yeah, see, she
So,
totally
look
looks
at
like a
this
lesbian.
Women mainly
Need
get
a
abortion
drink.
out of fear of losing their freedom of doing whatever they want with their loser deadbeat boyfriends. Honestly, I this sounds like horrible, but as somebody that's like just awful, like I love the abortion takes that people have. Women mainly get abortion out of fear of losing their freedom to do whatever they want with their loser deadbeat boyfriends.
I mean, I will steel man the argument in this way for women. Their window of fertility is extremely small. Women are fertile, most fertile, with the healthiest chance of offspring between about the ages of 16 to 30. Well, 15, 16, depends on when they hit puberty, but we'll just say 16, round it up, to about 30, 35. So women have a 15-year window, roughly, of when they are going to be the most fertile and the opportunity to have the most children that will be the healthiest. So now, that being said, women also, if you want to have a career, you got to start that early too, right? The older you get, the harder it is to find a job. Trust me, I know this personally. I'm going through that. I'm 47 and having a bitch of a time finding any kind of quality job, whether I'm qualified for it or not. And yeah, I mean, you're going to have the most fun when you're young because there's a lot of brand new experiences that you're going to have. That, and new experiences are fun. It's entertaining. And if you're here, Ray Gun, speak up and chat and get your 500 points. And then we'll restart the draw. Now, and this is for Twitch, people on Twitch. Unfortunately, it doesn't work for the other, for Kick or YouTube, sadly. Men, on the other hand, we're fertile from about same age, 15, 16, well, even younger, but, we'll say 15, 16, to about 40, 45. And then after that, the quality of what we're providing does start to decline. Medical science has shown that after that, it's geriatric sperm for men, where for women, after 30, it's geriatric. After 35, geriatric pregnancies. And they become more high risk, more likely to have birth defects and stuff like that. So, I think he left. I think Raygun passed out. Well, we'll give him his points anyways. Just because he's new. Okay, so Blue. So we got the new gun, so we'll see what this new gun does. Or how it does. Yeah, you get 12 and 20 minutes for a... So you get 16 and 5. Oh yeah, it shoots a lot faster. Kill anything over here? I think that second row's not helping. We gotta let my health catch up here. One of my guns like to shoot me. Yeah, I think that second row of walls is more of a hindrance. Manta ray shark. Huzzah! Complete 10 waves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I don't know why that one's shooting over there. It's hitting its own gun. Might have to stagger that one there a bit. Well, that was efficient takedowns. That's how it's supposed to happen right there. Should be down here right away. Yeah. I don't even think I'll get through another wave. $10 points. 2 more times. Need 15. I don't know why I can't build there. Yeah, I think the staggering up there was good. Got like 2 more. Hello, Katie. Breaking through here. Okay, now we're 18. Nice. So, I got 3. Let's go. Let's put something up here. I'm going to have to start cooking up some food here soon. So I might as well start keeping my health up. Okay, so crate, oops. Got vehicle, probably have to be through here. Or not. Oh, maybe that's what the vehicle pad is for. Oh, that other armor would be better. Therm. Nice round number. Terranex. Gravel metal. Slightly better armor or damage reduction. Can't kill that, so. Yeah, so I'm guessing I have to make the vehicle pad to make vehicles. So 10 advanced construction kits. Bell stem. My shift isn't working for running now. Synth, which I don't think I have any left in here. Synth. Lithium, psionics. Hydro liquid and arrow whatever. Why isn't my shift button working? We're running. Well, it doesn't look like the pirate color. Accidentally hit the run button. Sprint, not shift. Fixed. Oh, electrosynth. Oh, hydro liquid. Okay.
This shit is so good to me. Oh man.
Just go refresh my drink while I'm at it.
Texas has a ban on abortion?
We Anyway, back. I'll let the audio play. And Mick will get me rum and coke.
For example, you would fix the reasons why people need abortion, right?
Yeah.
Food insecurity, housing insecurity, unequal pay.
What do you mean food insecurity? You're gonna act like somebody needs an abortion because they don't have food? Because they're poor? I feel like this is not really like, this is the problem. This is where these people, I think they fall off, is that, like, it's crazy how like conversations are like about this are like they're dominated by like crazy people, man. She went off topic. Yeah, she going off topic. Like, it's always about like this bullshit. Kids cost a lot, yeah. So it's like, what's the logic here? So like, you don't have food, so you're gonna have kids, so you need to get more food. Like what? What are you talking about? Just eat the baby? Yeah, it's gonna takes 9 months.
Those are all things
You can microwave something in 2 minutes.
that influence people's ability to expand their family, right? If we can help people, you know, have secure income and secure housing, for example, right?
Oh,
if
there we go.
can help them live their healthiest lives, then they might choose to expand their families.
How do you feel about late-term abortions?
I think that people need abortion for a variety of reasons throughout pregnancy, and it is impossible for us to think about what all of those potential options are. You know,
You know what I fucking hate? I fucking hate people like this that don't just say it the way it is. And I think this is one thing that a lot of people are getting tired of, is like people that are beating around the bush, talking around topics. Just say, I support late-term abortions. I do. Period. That's it. You don't understand the argument? Oh, I do. Is that they don't want to talk about it because they think that it sounds bad. Nobody's a straight shooter, and it's so exhausting. They're fence sitters, yeah, it's exhausting for me to read and see about like people that are lying and get support. Yeah, I wonder why it sounds bad. No, it does. It does. It sounds bad. But like again, if that's what you believe, just say it. What's a late-term abortion? People love the word nuance. I just think that really, like, you know, I've said before, like, I'm very much an abortion supporter. I'm a supporter of abortion. So it's just come out and say that. Come out and say that. Because, like, from my perspective...
Follow me to the kitchen this time, kid.
I think that there's nothing that's more dislikable or distrustable than a person who is misleading. Man, you're terrible. Oh, you have no idea. This is only the beginning.
Hi. How are you? You good now?
But your reasoning is
Yep.
For sure, right?
I know, I moved.
But like what I'm
That's
saying
all it
is
takes.
like, yeah, no, I mean, you might think that I'm wrong about whatever. Yeah, for sure. Superior viewers. Yeah, she is saying it the way it is. I don't think she's trying to be evasive. There are literally an unknown number of reasons why someone may need to... You're right. I should let her finish what she's saying. Oh, y'all are right.
Pregnancies go from, you know, very joyful events to incredibly catastrophic in a matter of seconds or minutes. And so the reality is we really have to trust the healthcare system. We have to trust people who are pregnant and the people who are taking care of them to decide what is the best care that they need in that moment.
I got a 5-month prison sentence for showing.
To be fair, I think the rest of her sentence was actually pretty good. I actually, I probably should have let her finish because I think that actually was a pretty good answer. I just hate when people like are given an answer yes or no, and I feel like it's always like it should be a yes or no answer, and they don't get it. Always on a fair, yeah.
Bill Clinton and the aborted baby.
So wait.
I got a 5-month prison sentence for showing Bill Clinton an aborted baby.
How'd you get the aborted baby?
It was taken out of a dumpster by some friends of mine. We named him Baby David.
Operation Rescue members have...
That's pretty ballsy. From that.
And the thing is that
so I got 4 out of 10.
I kind of like him because he's so honest. And it's just, he's a wearing your heart on your sleeve, honest guy. I do. I think that there is to me, I don't know, maybe this is just my perspective, but like that's what matters a lot to me. Unbelievably based, don't hide from what you believe in. Exactly, yes. Just immediately fucking come out and say it, and that's it. Well, it's okay. Yeah, he is a straight shooter. He is. He's a straight shooter. I respect the sincerity, yeah.
A radical technique for shocking people with the gruesome reality.
Wait, was that him?
Bacon rescue members have a radical technique for
It could
shocking
be.
people.
That was guaranteed him. He's leveled up since then. I think that, yeah.
More Voltec.
Shocking people with the gruesome reality of
It's not him? You don't think
Some
so?
more, some
Really looked like him.
That's what Randall Terry and other Operation
More
Rescue leaders said they
psionics.
plan to do to Bill Clinton sometime during the week of the Democratic Convention. And as the headline showed, on July 14th, that's just what one of their members did.
Nope, I was wrong. It was somebody else.
The problem was, hearing of their plan, the New York District Attorney General got a judge to put out an injunction forbidding them from confronting Clinton with a fetus.
Oh.
Arrest warrants went out for 7 Operation Rescue leaders, and they surrendered themselves at the federal courthouse in New York City, July 16th.
It was quite amazing to get there in front of the Secret Service. It's still gonna be Clinton. Harley did the crime and I did the time, baby.
Did you have to join a prison gang?
Yeah, I was on 2 chain gangs. Well, actually, I was on 1 chain gang in Georgia and 1 prison work camp in Pennsylvania.
No, I mean like the Aryan Brotherhood, the Peckerwoods. Oh my God, what the hell's wrong with you?
Defend children, defeat Camelot.
He didn't say no. And I've known a lot of people that have been in prison, and it does seem like you really kind of have to pick your poison.
Destroy the Democrat Party.
Abortion is fascist!
What's up, guys? This video is sponsored by Hangout. What if I told you that thousands of companies, pesky data,
man, send us to the Brazilians.
Your personal data. Would you believe that? Guess what? It's true.
Uh-oh.
That's probably why you get so many annoying phone calls, emails, selling you products, trying exclusive shit you don't even need, homie. But also, guess what? You have the right to request the data brokers to stop doing that shit. Problem is, because these pesky companies have such a weird structure, that would take you years to do. But with Incogni, it can become super simple. Incogni does the
What,
messy
phone
work
calls?
for you
I
automatically.
don't know.
Figuring out who's got your data, who's spying on your shopping habits, and making big bucks on the way you like to spend and browse. Incogni helps you protect your data by figuring out who's selling
Mr. Beast.
every single one of them on your behalf and saying, hey, stop it. Incogni can give you, that's right, you, 60% off an annual Incogni with my link and my code. Just go to www.incogni.com/channel5. That's www.incogni.com/channel5 and enter code channel5 for a free 60% off. That's a deal. Time to get those pesky, annoying data brokers off your ass. Okay, back to the streets. You know, one thing that I was thinking about, though, one of my big criticisms in general of the pro-life lobby, right, is that they seem to care so much about the unborn. A lot of the same people criminalize youth delinquency and stuff like that, and they don't want to do the same amount of funding for the education system, for the child care services. These are the same people that seem to encourage locking kids up when they're 15 years old.
Yeah, I want to speak to this. I know what you're going to say, but I just want to say that long ago in this country, when there was segregation or slavery even, there has been a tremendous fallout from the abolition of slavery. Like you mentioned, the prison industrial complex being one of them. Ongoing police brutality and injustice is another one. And those are issues
Hey,
that
how's
we
it
really
going?
do need
You
to
popping?
mitigate and address. And I'm fully, like... Black lives do matter, and I align with leftists on all of their economic policies, but I think that, like I said, you know, this is an ongoing genocide. Like, are we really going to say that we have to get all of our ducks in a row before we stop murdering children? Like, I operated in California for years. California is one of the safest places to have a baby.
I actually think this is a relatively good answer. I do. I think this is a relatively good answer.
Anywhere, like, amazing. Well, you know, they could be better, but
How?
better than most.
So the reason why it's a good answer is that she's saying that, number one, just because you're for one thing doesn't mean that you have to, like, endorse a bunch of other views, etc. And it's like you're basically trying to say, like, okay, yeah, this also matters too, but also that police brutality and the way that police are enforcing laws can also be problematic as well. Now, my opinion of this is very simple. If you're 15 years old and you're committing crime, you know what you're doing. You know that it's wrong to steal a car. You know you shouldn't be doing it. You shouldn't be stealing cars. So if you do it, you should go to jail. It's that simple. There's not a lot to it. There's not a lot of like, oh, but what about... No. You just, that's it. Like, it's not even like, why put up with that for 2 weeks? Maybe longer than that. But like, not a really long time. Yeah, some crimes, yeah, exactly. There's a difference between juvie in prison and jail? Yeah, for sure. But like, all I'm saying, 15 years old as a children, it might be a kid in the eyes of the law, but I think that we all know if you're 15 and you're stealing a car, you know what you're doing. What are we fucking talking about here? Like, you think you didn't know that stealing a car at 15 was a bad decision? It's 15, not 5. You know what you're doing.
This is funding for poor families, and yet they have one of the highest abortion rates in the country. So we know that there is an industry that's working against people, that's working in favor of exploiting people, and, you know, as a leftist, that is capitalism working. It's a trickle-down effect.
I think the most effective middle ground to find between pro-life and pro-choice is investing more in child care services.
Oh, just playing this damn game.
I have been in prison more than most people.
Good for you.
Not as much as a lot of people.
There it is.
And I can tell you that America's prison system is atrocious. Number 2, I adopted 2 African-American children, the so-called hard-to-place children, and the foster care system is a wreck in a lot of areas.
See, this is why I respect a guy like this, right? Even though I think that he has some crazy opinions, is that this dude puts, like...
I'm working on...
He walks the walk.
I think what I need to do to get the vehicle...
He walks the walk. He says people should do this matters, and then he does it. Even if you disagree with it, you think he's insane, he is a bit insane. He adopted them? Exactly. Stands by his fucking beliefs, which is respectable.
Money doesn't always fix things. It just doesn't. And you said a place to meet in the middle. I cannot meet with somebody who wants to rip a child's head off. If you're a Nazi and you want to kill Jews, and you're over here and you're saying, no, we're Christians and we don't want to kill Jews, there's no middle ground. You don't say, well, you know, want to cast lots for who dies today? No. Was it going to be the Jews or black people or what? I mean,
they were going to bring it home.
All right.
You guys think about birth?
The best part about people like this is that they have no filter, because his metaphor actually made perfect sense, but it's such a, like, brash and, like, callous metaphor that people will be like, what the fuck? It's an extreme... And again, as somebody who is very used to making extreme callous metaphors and then having people get mad at me for them, I see this guy and I'm like, yeah. Yep, there it is.
Control.
We're very pro. I'm the founder of Progressive Anti-Abortion Uprising, and I have a whole bunch of activists here if you wanted to meet more leftists, secular pro-lifers.
Message to the kids.
Keep your weenie in your pocket. I mean, in your pants. Sorry. Save procreation for marriage. That's all. It's a gift. Human sexuality is a wonderful gift from our Maker. If you do get pregnant, don't kill your baby.
Okay.
While I found myself filming the Planned Parenthood bus, word about the travesties of free vasectomies
Sorry, Kitty.
and abortion pills was traveling across the country, ultimately landing in...
Like, I have a very big problem with people saying they have a bus that's going around giving people abortions, if it's not giving people abortions. Like, if they're offering people services that are like this, a vasectomy is not an abortion.
Okay, so what do we need more? Electrolysis
is not doing
aerolithium. I think I'm out of
is
aerolithium.
not doing abortions. This is not, yeah, it's a drive-by abortion. That's not what's happening here. I wish that people would just tell the truth. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy.
Yeah, there you go. Now you got the
Just say
colorful
what it
badge.
is.
I didn't notice that before.
Humble Sonoran abode, Glendale, Arizona. where my cameraman
Look at all your little chat badges.
at a Trump rally.
They want to kill and murder babies because they are an inconvenience. But they want to couch it in the word choice. What choice does the baby have? 60 million aborted, murdered babies in this country since Roe v. Wade.
The overturn of Roe v. Wade was actually for the best in this country. It's going to make things a lot better in this country, as opposed to giving out abortions for free, just like they did by the DNC.
I don't know if you've seen right now, like the DNC, but they're celebrating abortion. They're having parties with abortion pills, and they're dancing around. It's horrifying. I mean, I don't understand that.
This is the time. August 23rd, 2024.
Well, I wonder what abortion pills are going to do to the body.
Robert Kennedy Jr., let's go America. Baby Jesus could have been murdered. Shut up, baby Jesus.
To watch our full episode, Arizona Trump Rally, go to our Patreon. Patreon.com.
So I got 5 of them. So I'm halfway there.
95% supported by your crowdfunded contributions, which totals.
That's incredible.
If you want to check it out.
Shout out my boy Jesus.
Advanced.
Hey.
Standard. Advanced.
Hey, shout out to Jesus.
Channel 5 rules. Channel 55. We don't fuck with customers.
Man. Oh my fucking God. Imagine not being allowed to abort a baby that you have being raped. Who takes all the babies filed for abortion? All the MAGAs?
Abortion.
Well, the problem is that nobody, like, this is see, I have, like, this is my take on the whole topic, right? I know people are like, man, like, I'm a crazy person because of how harsh I am with a lot of stuff. But, like, and this is one of the reasons why I don't really make a lot of statements about morality. Is because, as I said, my moral compass does not point north. But I think it's totally fine to get an abortion for any reason at any time. That period, right? That's it. I think you should always be able to get an abortion, even if it's a late-term abortion.
I don't agree with that.
I don't like abortion. I think abortion's bad.
I think after a certain,
really bad, but like,
once the baby is viable, you should have to, you know, if you want to, rather than an abortion, it should go to adoption.
You would have like situations where like the government is like systematically making people do things that they shouldn't.
Why abort a perfectly viable baby?
Worse than an individual making a bad decision. Like a systematic plan decision inside
I need more bacterium
like
too.
Apparatus is like 1,000x worse than like a bad person. Like it's like, yeah, you're gonna have women that abort their kids late term that shouldn't do it. It's disgusting and terrible. But like I think it's a cost that I'd be willing to take. Right? I mean that's just really the truth. Yeah, so you have no morals then? Well, it's not really that. It's just that I don't see things the way that other people see things. Yeah, I don't see them that way. Like, it's just that other people use an argument like that. They talk about that. To me, I just don't even, it doesn't even compute.
Farm up a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, it just, that gives me a whiplash. So you see bad things? Oh, I don't know. I mean,
I guess we'll head out into the desert, grab my money just in case I come across a trader or something.
I think most people are fine with rape, incest, etc. They keep bringing it up and mischaracterizing the average person on the right. Well, let's talk about the real mischaracterization. Over 90% of abortions aren't because of that. 90% of people get abortions because they're inconvenient. They're elective. So we're talking about like a 1-digit percentage of people as if this is the real conversation. It's not. It's never been. So, like, yeah, sure, rape and
that's a new bug. Every once in a while, I gotta reset the sprint key. Kind of annoying.
So killing a newborn because it's inconvenient is all good? Well, like, I don't know, if the kid has, like, some sort of, like, a disease where it's not going to be able to, like, live and you kill it before it's born,
yeah,
I don't
that
know,
makes sense.
Mercy, right? Like,
yeah,
if it has, like,
that's
a
reasonable.
Where it's just going to, like, be born and then die, like, why not just kill it anyway? I mean, fuck. Like, I don't know, I feel like that's, like, it's shit, you're putting it out of its misery. Like, it sounds horrible, like, listen, look, like, it sounds really bad to say it, but that's just what I think. I don't even have a, like, it's weird because, like, I can't even imagine somebody not thinking this way.
You're talking, I can't hear you.
To me, it's just common sense. Yeah, by the way, I'll link you guys
You're
to
very
I love
quiet.
Channel 5's videos. I do. I love them. And this guy, as I said, this guy, I respect this guy.
Juice your
Yeah, I do.
volume
Even
on
though
my
I think
end.
he's batshit insane with some stuff he was doing. You know, fucking tried to show Bill Clinton a baby fetus, adopted 2 kids
go.
himself.
Now you should be plenty
Fucking,
loud.
like, this guy believes in what he thinks. I do.
Yep,
I
better.
respect this shit. So yeah. Channel 5. Let me see what the rest of this is.
That's okay.
What if they're fine though, and you ask yourself, isn't that most abortions? Most are like that the child's fine. Yeah, I don't. Lots of people celebrating abortions. So I don't.
Okay,
I
so
think
let's
abortions are
grab
bad. I don't like
minerals. We need minerals.
Yeah,
Try
but like I
going
just
like
think people should be able to do
crazy.
that. It's not my decision.
Very fucking
Yeah,
grindy
what about
game.
people
Holy
with
fuck.
disabilities? Where's the line? Well, I don't know. The mother makes that decision with the doctor. If she thinks the kid being born, like
So the droid quest seems broken.
Can have Down syndrome, and she
The Queen quest is broken. So I'm going to imagine the Pirate quest probably is too.
Okay. Sure. Yeah. Yeah, that's actually just the way I feel. And like, that's it. Yeah. Sorry, that's what Spartans did? No, they didn't. They threw him off a cliff. They didn't abort. They waited for the kid to be born. They threw the kid off the cliff. That's totally different. Yeah, that's not a, well, that's a post-birth abortion, right? So yeah. Well, I'm not hating, but it's inconsistent to say that exceptions are 1% so they don't matter, but then when people ask you if you had morals, your defense was the kid might have problems. Isn't that also 1%? The exceptions don't matter. I think that so exceptions do matter and they don't matter inside of different contexts. So, for example, when you have a systematic rule, exceptions don't really matter because a systematic rule can make those exceptions non-impactful. But when you have something that's not a systematic rule, it doesn't have the same effect. So I think that, like, basically having bad systems is a lot worse than having bad people. I know that you'll have bad people, and you can never stop bad people, but I do think that you can stop bad systems.
Well, you're welcome to join.
Some adults should be aborted.
It should be the same password as
As someone
yesterday.
who's more conservative on most things, I understand the group take, but I feel like conversations got diluted when COVID hit. And my body
it doesn't tell you,
went out
so.
the window. Yeah, but I wasn't the person saying that you should be forced to have a vaccine either. So, like, I never supported that. I'm not saying that you should do that. Like, when the fuck did I say that? Like, you're shadow boxing with somebody else. I think you bring up, by the way,
Yeah, if you make it to either of the alpha places,
well, this is different. Well,
yeah, you can buy some really nice stuff.
Else in the world too. Right? So yeah, no, I think it's obviously very much a double standard.
Like I got a purple thruster and I got some point defense missile system.
The Spartans archaeologists.
That I forget to use.
Oh, it was fake? Yeah, either way, I don't really give a shit.
And then I got a pretty decent tower defense setup. So I've been doing a pile of that just to get the skill points for crafting and whatever.
Abortion's a choice.
The tech tree doesn't make any sense to me, but
yeah, vaccines are different because you spread the disease and you don't. I think that like kids have an effect, a ripple effect on society too, in the same way that the disease does.
You just dropped something over there. Oh, probably a droid.
If you don't want to get the polio vaccine, just don't get it. Just get polio and die. Natural selection. Am I right? Yeah, something like that. I'm fine with that. But no, yeah. I mean, I know that I have like a.
Dang.
If you have a kid, while I know that you're highly unemotional and not everything is a system, I can't imagine not having a kid for the first couple of months, knowing the baby's growing.
What do you want? Because you're jumping up and down on me. You think you want something, but I know your food is good, and I gave you water, and I did your litter box earlier today.
A lot of people, again, here's really where
what would you
it comes
like?
down to. It's a very emotional topic for people. It's like very much like a morally charged topic, and because it's such a morally charged topic, I think that you obviously see.
Oh, I see a ninja.
You obviously see people that are like very upset about it. For me, as I said, I'm just not really a big. I just don't see it that way. These people are misinformed beyond belief. It's not misinformed. See, like you don't understand it. They're not misinformed. They just simply don't believe what you believe. That's all.
Pets.
Yeah, they're not seeing it the way that you see it. Like, they're making they're making an emotional decision.
Well, why don't you ever talk about men? You always talk about how much you want everything.
With men, non-stop. When do you debate with anybody ever about any worldview? You can't even denounce the elder in your own faith. How did you ever talk to me about anything? I debate it professionally for a living against men and women. You go on TikTok after you got with a guy who had 1 million TikTok followers, so you could piggyback on that to fame. I would not go for this, sweetheart. It ain't gonna work well.
Wait, Andrew, check your test. Check your test.
I'd be curious to see his wife come on and talk. She has. Oh, she has.
Yeah, she has. Would you like to debate with her? I'll bring her down right now.
Let's do it. Oh, yes, let's do it.
If you want to bring
Let's
her
do
down,
it.
I would challenge her.
I'll go get her real quick.
Go
I'll
get
be
her.
right back.
Rachel,
Let's get Rachel Wilson.
Okay, because if we're saying that we're getting misogynistic vibes, we can see what their wife
Engineer donated $69. Women answer the bullet question wrong. Women should take the first bullet, try not to die, to enable the man to fight. Bullet free for the kids. If the man gets shot, who fights the shooter? Logic.
Logic. Yo, engineer, thanks for the $69. Yes. Mucho gusto.
Giovanni J. who donated $69. She rocks and burps, but Dobbert would just as quickly dismember it. Keep it away from her brother. Share.
Yo, Giovanni.
Whole bunch right here.
Yes, man, I really appreciate that.
Yeah, you definitely need to grind up a fuck ton of materials because I've been going through them like crazy.
Oh, yeah. Has anybody seen Alien?
I'm trying to, yeah, I'm trying to make advanced kits.
GMD Jim donated $69. So, the pro-choice Catholic not only wants children gone, she wants the husband to take a bullet also? Wow. Stop calling yourself a Catholic.
She stopped.
She's back there. She heard it. Jen. See?
She already denounced her in Kelly's. She was raised Catholic. She was wrong,
Hillary Epstein donated $69. Imagine not being able to see the viewpoint that men get the terrible end of the deal in the dating perspective. There is no hate, but modern sex culture isn't fair for men. Gotta see both sides.
Thank you. Next.
Battle stamina. That's the one I haven't seen yet. Or is it? Oh yeah, it is.
Lol Paladins donated $69. You don't look happy, says the woman who looks happy on the outside but is deeply troubled on the inside. Just keep smiling for the camera, sweetie. Keep hiding who you really are. You sociopath.
Oh, what? An emperor? Is everything Greek
Is Andrew
words?
back? Okay. Or is it Rachel? Rachel, guys, Rachel's coming. Rachel's coming. Is she wearing her pink sweater? It's a good, I think it's a good look for Rachel. Pink. It's a good look. So just curious though.
Oh wait, now I can. Rachel!
Oh my goodness. Wait, you're.
I can't, I'm not even in frame.
Can we raise her seat up? Can we get her booster seat?
Look at that, I have that marriage.
Can we get Rachel a booster seat? Oh, there's Andrew with a cigarette.
She needs that
We need
pillow.
we need Andrew. We need Rachel.
This way up.
Can
I
we get
literally got dragged out of bed for this. This better be good. I hear my husband is a woman-hating misogynist, and I'm here to show proof of life. He unchained me from the stove just long enough to be here. So she's out of the dog cage. How can I help you, ladies?
So have you watched your husband talk to women on the podcast?
Yeah, I listen to every single podcast he does. I've also been on the podcast and I debate women all the time myself.
Okay.
In fact, I was listening to you earlier describe how you think that men should pay for dates with women who want to be equal, don't want to give them children, and also want to have their own careers, and that absolutely blew my mind.
You don't think that men should pay on the first date?
Oh, I think they should pay on the first date for women who are going to be wives, not for women like you.
I wouldn't be a wife?
Not if you're going to refuse to give a man children, have to have your own career working outside the home, and
to
get
give a
off the
man
shore. No,
children.
you're a roommate. Why would a man pay for you if you're just a roommate? You want to be equal or no?
Well, I have a conversation with my partner and we've discussed having children. I'm not taking away from them having children. We've decided together that having children is probably not the best idea.
If you're equal partners, why shouldn't you pay for your stuff?
Because a man at the beginning of the relationship should want to prove that they are invested in the relationship. So what are you proving?
What about these giant crab lobster-looking things give you? Mind you, I also wonder how hard they are to kill.
Thank you, ma'am. You can
Because
pay
it's
for your own
ginormous.
supersized value meal, and I will go find a woman who actually wants to be a wife if I'm going to pay for shit.
Whoa, wow, he's aggressive.
50% is just payment, so what does that mean he's doing 70%?
He doesn't move very fast, that's good. Oh, and he spawns those little crabby things.
Showing the investment, women show investment with time because
Okay,
you want to
that's
have
not cool.
with time, but I think that women, they value different things. Like they value when a man provides for them, especially on a first date, a first meeting.
So you providing your glorious presence is what he's investing in.
If he values my presence, yes. I don't really see.
Well, I mean, simps are gonna simp. There's a simp out there, for everyone. So
I don't think that's the right way to go
Oh, it's
about it.
simping. That's the worst simping ever. I'm gonna let you live at my house for like practically free and split the chores and pay for all your shit. That's simping. That's like the
Or just like a
definition
guy
of
who
simping.
genuinely likes you. Do you pay any bills with your husband?
No, but I'm a stay-at-home mom. I raise the children. I cook all the meals. Andrew has never done a house chore ever in 17 years. I do all of that. I bring him his food. I bring him his drinks. I keep track of his schedule. Basically do anything he needs me to do to help him because that's my duty in the relationship. So, yeah, I mean, if you want to talk about investment, I'm pretty invested. So if he feels like, if I want this traditional wife role,
You're not
and
very
I actually
big,
do
but when
all
you
those
plop
things,
down on
then
me, you
he
definitely
feels
feel
like
it.
it's worth it to provide. But if I were to come in here and be like, well, I want my own career, and you have to do your own laundry, and we're going to split the chores 50-50.
But how many
I'm
of you
gonna be
bastards
equal,
are
you're like,
there?
Okay, bitch, then you can be equal and pay for all your shit.
Fuck.
Why would you pay for my stuff? This makes no sense. You guys have to choose. Do you want to be strong, independent, equal women, or do you want chivalry and protection and division? You just want the best of both. You want all of the rights and all of the privileges. You want
Damn it. Yeah, there's a lot of those little bastards. Holy fuck.
But this isn't how the world works or something like that.
Yeah, I made it so on this, on the server now when you die, you keep all your shit.
So if
Why are you so entitled? That's what I want to know.
If your daughters went on a first
Just because I was tired of running like 10 miles to grab my stuff.
What's that?
If your daughters went on a first date, would you want them to split the bill?
Only if they're going to be feminists, which they're not, because I didn't raise them to be that way.
Okay. That's how my parents' relationship is. It's like my mom does the same stuff that you described, and I think it's perfect. Like, my mom might not be contributing rent, my dad needs the money, but she's contributing something else. She's doing a job that's just as equal as his job, but she's not getting paid because she's doing the household duties that it's for somebody. She's doing the same thing, whether or not it's being paid. Like, my parents are fortunate where my parents are fortunate enough where my dad makes enough money where she doesn't have to work and she's able to provide those things. Therefore, it's the same thing as home in my opinion, like spending time and working around the house.
Yeah. I mean, it even goes beyond division of labor. It's more than about division of labor. Like, I have tremendous amount of respect for Andrew. He is the head of the household. He's the person that has for the responsibility. We've had a home invasion. He was the person who had to go deal with that and risk his life. You know, he's worked 60, 70-hour weeks for years so that I could stay home. My kids didn't have to be raised by strangers in daycare. I mean, there's a massive amount of responsibility on this man. He's extremely competent. He is a really loving, honorable man who has, like, very firm boundaries and stands by them and takes very good care of his family. So he gets the big piece of chicken. He gets the respect. He gets the love and the admiration. And because I'm loyal and I'm doing all those things, then he provides for me and protects me and the kids. And yeah, I mean, this is how it works. Now, if you don't want that and you want this egalitarian stuff where we're equal partners, he's my partner, then you gotta pay for your own shit. And you gotta do your own work, and you better, like, you know, take care of all your own stuff, and don't expect a man to go answer the bump in the night, because you're strong, you're equal, right? If you're equal, you can go take care of that. You can go deal with the man that breaks in the middle of the night. You can change the tire in the rain. If the basement floods and there's sewage backing up into it, I guess you can go deal with that, right? So you just have to choose. Don't do this bullshit where you're like, we're equal partners, except for when there's anything dirty, dangerous, difficult. That's all his chuck. I just sit here and grace him with my glorious presence. That's entitlement, that's narcissism, it's terrible behavior, it's ruining society. And then on top of it, you feel no obligation to produce future generations. You want him to just let his lineage die with him. And you feel super entitled to that. It's like,
I don't understand why you can't get the concept that I've talked to my partner. I'm not taking away his ability to have children. We've both agreed we don't want to have children. If he doesn't want to have children, I'm not taking that away from him.
To be fair, I did say he's a pathetic simp. So, I mean, that's right in line with being a pathetic simp. You just,
I think they would respect women's choices.
It's just, you guys are selfish materialists is what I'm getting. Life is about me and my comfort and what I want and my, I live for me every day. I wake up with no thought of the future or any duties or responsibilities I have to anyone other than myself, and that's great. So it's like, if you want to live that way, I guess. But I'm just looking at you and I'm listening to you and I'm wondering where this entitlement and this sense of confidence is coming from.
I'm entitled because I don't want to have children and I like when men pay on first dates.
Ethereum.
That's entitlement.
Yeah, I basically need all of
What are you useful for?
I would say that women have intrinsic value.
What are you specifically?
Well, I'm a woman, so I have intrinsic value. Sad that you don't see that.
Why? How?
Because I'm a person. Everyone has value. It depends on who's looking at you.
Do men have intrinsic value?
Yeah, they do, but I said that it's different. It's a different type of value.
But feminism is about equality. So if it's different, then how's that equal?
No, they can be equal in the sense of they can both work. You can be a stay-at-home mom and not pursue a career. That's fine, but women should have the opportunity and the choice.
So you think women should work too?
Women should be allowed to work.
No, I mean like in your relationship, if you're not raising kids, should you both in your marriage, but then you can have a job or...
Yeah, but I think that a woman's job could be a little less harsh. I guess like women shouldn't have to go work some 9 to 5 and do this climbing of a corporate ladder. But like for myself, I've found a job that allows me to stay home and is not super strenuous. And I think that a lot of women should be able to have the option to either stay at home or work.
Lol Paladins donated $69. W to Rachel. Elsafash prostitute feminists who have no value on TikTok key wars who hate men and provide no value to society. The problem is they have mothers, but their mothers are bad people.
It's wild to me because you asked, do I hear how my husband talks to him?
Giovanni Jade donated $69. Don't forget, first shared it as well, including BG, and said she couldn't remember if she ever did B/B/G. Pretty sure anyone that's got gangbanged and posted it would remember.
I have not gotten gangbanged, and BBG is not not the same thing as a gangbang, but okay. Not too bad.
GM Digim donated $69. You called him your partner. Partners split expenses. He is not your husband. He could just hire a cleaner and a prostitute with a nice body. You are just too ungrateful niche.
I don't think he would agree with that, but okay.
Random underscore bear donated $69. Rachel be like, I got out of bed for this, and look this good.
I haven't seen mobs in a while.
I look terrible.
Where I'm at in the desert here.
Thank you. It's fine.
Yeah, I noticed there's not a lot out there.
Hey, Star, that's not very...
Well, sometimes there are. Like, I've been in places where you can't freaking throw a rock without hitting something, and then there's times where there's nothing.
Rachel is Titus 2:4:5. What's that?
That's the Titus 2 wife. It's like a description of like what an honorable woman is and how she acts and operates in the world. So thank you. That's a lovely compliment. I certainly have my flaws. It's not like I'm over here being a perfect wife or anything, but the point is I try and I care about, you know.
Ryan's and Lola donated $69. Rachel is out of the kitchen, but she's still fucking cooking.
Okay. Now, since Rachel also came down, she wanted to address, I guess, your criticisms. You said Andrew, he has animosity towards women.
Something down here. I wonder what kind of camp this is.
Captain donated $69. I definitely take a bullet for the girl in the white crop top. This girl is based and hot. The world needs more of that. She'd be a great woman for any man.
Or girl.
I want to address the gal with the pink hair real quick because I did hear her say that. It is not hatred to criticize women. It is in no way hateful to notice when women are acting like entitled narcissists and to call them out on that. Like I said, all the women at this table could tell me all night long about what they think they deserve and what their rights are and what they should
Kind of a
have.
boss is this one.
Terminator.
Terminator.
What duties, responsibilities, or obligations you have
Terminator.
outside of yourself to society, to people around you.
Yeah,
would say
money.
things like, I'm smart and I'm funny and I'm just a really great person and I'm a good friend and you know,
Give me all your money.
worthless platitudes. But there's no like sacrifice. You don't ever feel you need to sacrifice anything for anyone outside yourself. You're not willing to have sleepless nights so that you can raise babies and produce human beings that are going to go out into the world and have a legacy and have an effect, right? You're not really willing to do much of anything unless it benefits you. And then if someone questions, if Andrew comes on here and says, let me poke around and see why you think these things. Let me see if there's any logic behind your beliefs. Let me see if you can understand why you believe the things you believe. You think that's hateful. You think that's misogynistic. You think he's mean. No, it's just that you're used to being treated like a child princess and being carried around on a cushy little pillow with absolutely no opposition. With no
pirate.
going, hey, wait, what are you doing? What are you providing in life? What are you doing for anyone else outside yourself? You haven't ever been challenged on anything because you're
Probably.
a girl, right? I mean,
Oh.
I'm just a 44-year-old woman who's
Well,
actually
at least I don't think it used to be
raised
all.
5 children, worked really hard in my life for everything I have. I take care of, other family members. I help at my church. I do things that aren't just for me. So when I see girls that behave this way and have this mentality, you're damn right I'm going to come on here and say some shit, especially if I get dragged out of bed to defend, this little girl that's saying my husband must be traumatized and hates women. It's just garbage. You're full of shit. You have no idea what you're talking about. I hope that helps.
Orthodox church? You guys seem to love to go to the Orthodox church. I think you're upset because, coming from someone who I know personally, I'm not a 10. I am very self-aware in that regard.
Girl, you're barely a 3.
I think there might be animosity coming from you because you're maybe not as good looking.
Oh, I'm definitely not. I've been on the show, I've rated myself, but I grew up in an era where we didn't all think we were models. When you were growing up in the 80s and 90s, everyone didn't think they were a 10. Like, all of us girls who were not going to have modeling careers or be the hot cheerleader, we all knew that, and we were fine with it. And we didn't think we deserved 6 foot, 6 pack, 6-figure man. You know, we were just like happy to meet a nice boy who liked us back. This was before Instagram.
You're calling
and all
those
this
boys
crazy narcissistic
simps.
insanity. Huh?
You're calling those boys simps.
No, I'm calling your boy a simp. He's a simp. That's simply a nice boy who likes you isn't the same thing as some absolute goober who's gonna pay for all your crap.
He's not paying for everything. I'm just saying at the beginning of the relationship, on the first couple dates, a man should take the investment and pay for the first couple dates.
She's not paying for everything. She said that his family's paying for some.
Yeah. And I think it's only fair that I pay a portion of rent.
For a girlfriend? You're not even married. Like, why would his family pay for your stuff? You're not
They're
married
not.
to this guy.
They're not. They all own a home, and I help with
She pays the water
some
bill.
of the bills.
She pays some of the mortgage.
I pay some of the mortgage.
She pays the water bill.
My question is, it's not even fitting to the dynamic that you're expressing so much interest in. Like, you're expressing so much interest in not only the first dates, but that you also want to be supported by this person. And
I don't think that means not paying any bills or doing any sort of housework or like helping in the relationship. Like, I don't think that it's entitled. I just think that it's a better dynamic long term for a man who has the financial stability to be with them rather than a man who doesn't have any sort of future plan to provide for you. I think that women should, and this might be
Ethereum for Solium.
Oh, okay. I think it might be controversial, but I think women.
I don't know who comes up with the names of this shit.
9 to 5 should have some sort of money saved up separate from their husband in case there's domestic violence or there's divorce or things like that. Like, you have some of your own income.
You need a keepsake of like domestic violence. I think like, you know, you're contributing. Yeah, like you should feel safe in a relationship and like pick something. If you want a job, just and that's equal, or you can do equal housework or and have kids. Like, there's an equality thing that's different. Please believe that there's equality, but you're talking about things not being equal.
I think it is equal. Like,
I am gonna jump off here because Andrew's gonna come back, and I'm actually gonna go to bed. But does anybody have any like final questions or bones to pick
I think Star back there had like a thing she wanted to come back and say.
I'm just curious if anyone on the.
Sorry, what?
I'm just curious if anyone else on the show has brought up like internalized misogyny to you.
Yeah, I get it every day of my life. So you don't know my background, but I wrote a book about the history of feminism and how almost everything that the normal person thinks about it is actually wrong. The way that the feminist liberation movements unfolded is garbage that was rewritten history by women's studies departments. And I debate feminists all the time, so this is normal for me. Of course, I've heard absolute garbage bullshit like internalized misogyny. It's not a thing. It doesn't exist. It's pure coke. I love women, but I do think that women have proper roles, and I think that the biggest problem, the problem with you and most of the other girls that have a problem with me, is that you don't understand that this modern world and all this beautiful technology around you that you're sitting in right now, if it weren't for men building that and maintaining that, you would have no illusion of being able to be a strong, independent woman and have all these choices and do what you want.
But why do men do all of that?
They do it because they're benevolent and they are good. Isn't that crazy? They're actually really nice and they care about us even though they don't have
But they're getting something out of you.
If men were as bad and misogynistic as you think, they would put us in cages and we'd be, baby farms. There would be baby farms.
I think you might be a little bit of a baby farm.
Because they could. No, they could.
You're a bit of a baby farm. Haven't you popped out 5 children?
Yeah.
You're a baby farm.
Oh.
I think that's the ultimate form of sex work, actually.
What's that?
I think that you popping out 5 children is the ultimate form of sex work because without the children, would your husband provide for you?
Language. Wait a minute. Why are you using degrading language? Popping out babies. Popping out babies? So you're against people having babies?
if you didn't provide children, would your husband marry you?
No.
Exactly.
Why should he?
Exactly. So you're a baby farm to him.
Married someone is also about starting a family.
Yeah, a family.
These are my
A
children.
baby
too.
farm.
You should be so lucky because you're gonna die alone.
Okay.
Early.
Thank you so
Early
much.
on top of that. So
Thank you so much.
I mean, if you would you like me to go wake up my children and get them down here too, so you can tell them that they're like
No.
gross little.
I don't think it's appropriate.
That
I don't think it's really
popped
appropriate.
them out. That they're the result of baby farm. I mean, take your little snarky little insults and shove them up your ass because
Do you think
it's
your
women like
parents
me.
did that?
It's women like me
My
who are
my
doing
parents only
what
had
women
one
are supposed to
child.
do.
My parents
You
only
are
had one.
useless. You are a useless heifer who has never done anything except
You're
fight
a
your own.
great woman. You're a very godly woman, aren't you?
You started it. Hey, you can dish it out, but you
I
can't take
started it. Didn't you come out here talking about McFlurries or something?
You called me a baby farm, and now you're going to pretend to be offended? Get the fuck.
I said you're the ultimate sex worker, actually.
Okay. Yeah, me being devoted to one man for 17 years and giving him
You're the
children
ultimate.
sex for.
You're the ultimate
So
sex
your parents
worker.
are also part of a baby farm because you were born.
My mom had one child and she
What does that
also
have to
worked.
do?
But I know that my parents would have gotten married without having to have children.
If I milk a cow, the cow's still providing milk, though, even if I
On the
only milk
farm.
him once. So you're
Now
calling.
look, we don't believe that marriage is only for the purpose of
That's
children.
kind of cool. I
As we
jump
got
out of my
married,
house
for
and I
some
can like
reason,
loot a corpse.
biologically, I
It's
couldn't-
like,
I had a
okay.
medical issue and could not give Andrew children. He would not have divorced me. He would not have left me. That's not what we believe in. We believe that marriage is also a sacrament of our church. You don't get divorced for a reason like that. However, why would a man marry a woman who's giving him nothing like you are? You don't bring
See, you
anything
don't
to the man except
you don't value women for just being us. Like you just don't.
I value people, but that's different than what a man would want to get married for. Why do you not understand these basic distinctions?
A man could want to get married without wanting to have children, but that's not what your husband did with you, honey.
No man does that except for a simp. Or
No.
some guy who's just
Some men just don't want to have
doesn't want a
children.
family.
Sweetie.
Sweetie, honey. Yeah, I love these feminists are always sweetie, honey. They get so sassy, but this is gonna be.
You're
clip
very
gold.
sassy.
Yeah. Well, listen. I was dragged out of bed because you're sitting here insulting my husband and saying, well, your wife must be some victim or there must be trauma. Maybe your wife is bad. But you're saying all kinds of personal garbage. And then when I come on here and tell you what's what, you're like, how dare she? She's so mean. She's not a good Christian. It's like, well, then don't say this stupid shit, lady. Don't come on here and talk a bunch of smack. And then when I come down here and set you straight, you're like, I'm shocked and offended.
You definitely didn't set anyone straight.
Oh, well, the chat disagrees with you. And it's straight, not straight.
What do you have?
I think
Weird thing where they say
You're just
strawberry.
pandering.
I think it shows the type of woman you are, the fact that you got out of bed and came down here to not only defend your husband, but to defend women at the right instinct that they should be.
Hell, the main reason I do the stuff I do is because I was really shamed for not going down a career path. I had a full college
Savings,
scholarship
got the
that I declined because I
ship
wanted
flying
to be
over.
said, and everyone
Not this
around me
time.
thought it was some massive tragedy, that I was going down the wrong path, I was going to regret not being a career babe. Everybody said, oh, it's such a shame you're just a mom. And turns out there's nothing I could have done with my life that's more meaningful than having 5 children, raising them well, and being a good mom. There's nothing I could do in the career
Well, it
world
looks
that's
like I
going
ripped
to
my cape in
last
half.
the way that
Or no,
that
my
world
cape
lasts
flipped
in
on
the
backwards.
world. And I was shamed for it, and I was made to feel like,
Nice.
oh, I was
Okay, there you go. I think
losing
it's
somehow in life. So yeah,
normal
I don't
again.
want other women
No,
to
it's
feel
funny.
that way. I want to stick up for women who do want to be good wives, who do want to be good
I will say
mothers,
you did
who
get
think that that's a worthwhile thing to do with their lives, and not have them be subject to being
Yeah, if it
held
wasn't,
baby
well, I mean, if it
factories
wasn't for
by
the clipping, the
disrespectful,
capes would be cool.
chunky heifers with attitude problems who can't even
Yeah.
properly articulate a single thought in their head. So, with that, I'm going to go to bed, and you guys can talk to the nice Wilson instead. Maybe you'll feel better now when he comes back.
Continue
Oh,
pandering to men.
Rachel? Shoot.
Good night, Rachel.
I was going to let the... I'll let the TTSs come through. I had to pause them temporarily just so we could allow Rachel to have back and forth. So a couple TTSs are going to go through. We're going to try to wrap up pretty soon.
Practicing gentlemen donated $69. To all the women, how often do you receive...
We're debating if I should set up the text-to-speech option for donation or whatever. I think right now I can do it for the Sapphires, but I think I can set it up for bits too.
$69. Just 2 million. Wait, this blue whale only takes $1 million plus earners to cover the food bill when her fatters get SIM card retire sensors pop on. Warlord 69, you will donated $69. Baby Farm, you are the ultimate farm when you're eating for more than 2 ppm. Do better.
You guys only fuel the weight loss. Like, do you not realize I already lost 70
Can you guys
pounds?
start fat shaming me, boys? I need to lose some weight.
Yeah, please
I gotta get off you guys. It's the roast session. Thank you, Jeff.
Growing a family with your loving husband is a baby farm. So people with children don't see them as commodities.
Make a run for it.
Expose yourself and your view on children.
Run!
I'm just saying,
By the way, you
if
weren't
husband
totally
wouldn't marry you,
Totally
like, people who need help with getting pregnant.
Holy fuck, man! Buddy's got a really good shot.
Sex worker because she had my children.
I mean, that's kind of what it comes down to a certain point. Like, you would not marry and provide for her if she could not have your children.
You should probably...
I don't think you understand the distinction in faith.
They talked
And that within
What's this?
confines.
Flamethrower armament.
not
Flamethrower
divorce her
armament
if
is
she
an
couldn't have
advanced
children.
armament
But
attachment designed for
beginning
maximum
stages of their
efficiency and
relationship were
firepower.
that they
Cutting edge
decided they were
flamethrower
going to have
seamlessly
children.
integrates
If she
with
said
your
she
arm,
didn't want to, he would not have married
delivering
her.
powerful bursts of flame on demand.
We talked to her. No, we talked to her.
Oh, is that a
You're
core?
just going to make these broad assumptions,
Thing?
but the thing is that she asked
Yeah,
this
no, that's
fantastic
a core
question.
thing.
So what? What would be the problem with a man having a
Don't go
preference
in your
for a
core.
woman who promises him children so his lineage can live on? How would that make her a prostitute? That's insanity.
It's not.
Oh, it's
I'm
okay, it's an
calling
armament.
prostitute.
Never mind.
I'm
Yeah,
saying
what I
it's
have is
the
way
ultimate
better.
form of sex work.
And that would be the ultimate form of prostitution.
They're not the same thing. She had to have sex with you in order to make the children.
To say that one dating culture is unfiltered.
Oh, that guy like respawned already.
It's sanity life. Men are martial and they provide, and women are their dignity in exchange. Death for men, humiliation for
Stand
women.
still, fucker.
Whatever.
It's anti...
No, I don't want to get on mine.
Definitely. Thank you.
GMD donated $69. Polish.
Oh, yeah.
Do the beluga say that Rachel is not attractive? Rachel is the most attractive woman currently on this show. Hey, Crisco, you will never be worth 1% of Rachel Wilson.
I was saying, I didn't say that she was unattractive. I said there might be animosity towards Star because Star is more attractive.
Nancy donated $69. God, she's awesome.
What you're doing is you're making this kind of argument which says the only reason Rachel thinks is because she's jealous of X. It's a non-argument, right? You said the same thing.
No,
So
I
the
think
only
it
reason
plays
you make an anti-name argument is because you're jealous you don't have children. I wouldn't make such an argument because
Yeah,
it's
I'm
absurd.
nothing,
It's
but I
an
just
absurd
killed you.
argument.
It's not absurd to think that she has
it is absurd.
internalized misogyny because a more attractive woman is trying to say that you are basically
All you're saying is that all that you're saying here with your argument is it's not absurd if it were true. That's not an argument. That's not demonstrating it's true. It's just asserting that it's true. Demonstrate Rachel Wilson is jealous of fucking any of you. Go ahead. I'll wait.
I'm sure deep down she might.
Okay, are you going to demonstrate it or are you just going to assert it?
It might be just an internal thing that happened.
No proof, no logic, no nothing. Just made it up.
Okay, Andrew, you're the one who said that every woman sitting here is making judgments in their head about who's more attractive. So your wife doesn't do that.
Oh, come on. motherfuckers.
More attractive or less attractive, but that wouldn't make her jealous or not
Yes,
jealous.
it would. Yes, it would.
I'm sorry. Wait. I'm sorry. Are you saying that I could claim that another man is better looking than me, and that would mean I was jealous of him? Or a woman could claim another woman is better looking than her, and you're jealous of them? Does that even make fucking sense to you?
Yes, it could cause some animosity.
No, stop inserting the word could. That's very sneaky with the language. Anything could do anything. Does it entail, if you understand a person next to you is more attractive than you, that means you're jealous of them? Does it actually mean that or not?
Shit, there's less damage
I think your wife might be jealous of the fact
Answer my question. Answer the question. Don't divert again. Answer the question.
I think your wife could potentially be jealous.
Could, potentially, I think, no demonstration, no evidence, just wild assertions that you came up with on the cuff because you had no argument.
Hold on, really quick. We'll get right back to it. Nick, you got to leave soon, right? So why don't we, before you leave, let's pull up Twitch, Discord, and Debate University. So guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever, twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you've been enjoying the stream. If you're watching on YouTube, open them up at another tab. Twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. If you're watching, if you have a Prime sub available,
see if anybody else is playing this game right now.
It would mean the world to me if you guys do have a Prime sub available. It's been 1 hour since our last Prime.
Twitch TV, Planetaries.
I mean, you have to.
Yeah.
Those are the rules.
Are you guys watching on the Crucible? Those of you who are watching on the Crucible, just drop us a follow. If you guys like seeing Rachel just come in there all randomly, we need to see you spamming the follow.
Nope. Looks like I'm the only one.
If you got a Prime,
and there's one viewer.
Virtual self.
That's probably you.
Thank for the Prime Shop. Thank for the Tier 1, 2, 1980 Prime guys. Drop us a follow over there on Twitch. You can probably.
Makes me sad. Nobody's playing the game.
It's Debate University.
I did watch a bunch of videos earlier of people that had played the game, and they seemed fairly positive about it, but they're all like half an hour, 30-minute videos.
Like Andrew Wilson, you gotta go to debateuniversity.com, get his course.
I think after the game gets a little bit more updates, it'll become more popular.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm thinking. You know what? If I kind of stream a bunch out of it, then at least then, you know, because I'm sure the guy that's developing the game's probably looking and seeing who's streaming it.
Yep.
So hopefully that is recognized. And I've left a bunch of suggestions on the Steam like I did earlier.
I think they need to do something about the beds.
What do you mean about the beds?
So when you're playing multiplayer, you can figure out what bed is what.
Oh, right, yeah. Well, okay, so bed number 0 is you, number 1 is me, number 2...
It's not me anymore.
No?
No. Because I hit bed 0 and it took me to your beds.
Oh, yeah, 'cause I use bed 1, it takes me to my bed. And then bed 2 should be the Queen Zen Cave. And then bed 3 is out in the desert by a cave. I forgot to dismantle before I left.
Yeah, Zero brought me to your bed for some odd reason. I don't know. So now I'm running all the way home.
Yeah, so like for suggestions, I did when looting. If the amount you are looting is more than the available space, you lose all the loot and not just what would top up the stack. Example, I have room for 29 of a gatherable item, but everything I gather is giving more, so I get nothing. I think the mobs fighting each other also makes sense. Maybe not the bosses or mobs within certain level ranges. It makes the world more lived in and offers interesting strategies like kiting mobs into the pirate camps. Valheim does this very well. Another suggestion is the ability to place multiples of a building construction at one time, like foundation/walls, holes controller, something to make a string of it before you confirm the build. Green if you have the mats, red if you don't. Similar to Satisfactory's Zoop feature, make buildings easier/faster. So far, enjoying the game. I'll be streaming it when I play. And then I quoted another guy, so his was I think the game could be much more dynamic if some elements were added, such as during the rain, some of the creatures become aggressive. So if you choose to be inside the base, to look for a safe area or to fight, the rain can be announced beforehand via messages, etc., as well as at night. Periodically, groups of looters can attack your base trying to steal resources. They will attack the base where the bed will be activated for respawn. It would be great to be able to buy a droid to help defend the base, or could repair the base after attacks. If it is knocked down, it can repair itself in time, or it could be repaired with a special kit. More elaborate food recipes that add life points, teleportation stations because the territory is very large, rare resources that can be collected and sold for money or experience points, which we can do for money anyways. The sword should be able to parry a monster attack or a blaster fire so that the fight becomes much more attractive. For players who do not want these features, they could be optionally activated in the game menu. So I quoted that, and then my response was, some good ideas here. Weather/daytime could be different. In the rain, spike-tail salamander could spawn more, otherwise it should spawn around water holes. The flying jellyfish wouldn't spawn in the rain, that kind of thing. Mobs exclusive to specific weather/temperatures would spawn under certain conditions. Some mobs can have a variant where in the day or night a variant spawns that has more power/ability. Phosphorescence would be the nighttime version avatar. Plants could have the same deal with night and day versions having different properties. These wouldn't necessarily make the game any more difficult, but if different creatures have different stats, where they are higher AC against melee versus range or damage types, it would make the player focus more on their weapon types and abilities and a more developed stat tree or materials they farm/create. Flytrap-based monsters could be more sound-based. If you're running near them, they aggro or making loud noises by thruster, vehicle, a quiet place monster basically. Resilient to physical attacks, but you can snipe them if their mouth is open and listening. I think that monster type would really work. They would also mass attack when you have ships, so as you advance in the game, the threat naturally increases as well. Sandworms in the desert, Doom style, running or using some armor piece would drive them into a frenzy, i.e. special mobs that spawn under X conditions that are tougher. Risk reward for the gear used. Salamanders needing moisture would be weaker versus energy based and more resilient to physical. As an example, sand salamander variants where water would weaken them, reduce spawning in the rain. The idea of raiders/pirates attacking your base could be triggered by advancement. As you advance, your defenses will naturally increase, as this will force the player to not only focus on TD towers being in their own space, but outside your base, in their own space outside your base. As raiders would focus on storage and crafting stuff, it would trigger on the player having certain materials or tech in their base. Rare minerals can be produced by combining materials you already have, which is kind of in the game. You can have a chance to find them in loot or as a farmable, but some really rare off-world stuff you might need to make by combining items. Same for recipe food items, which can have different stats to help versus different conditions, like hot, cold, wet, or damage types. You could have different game modes where the TD tower is the only way to get raided for a more passive game, and have a more open raid option where it happens naturally over time as conditions are met. Buying droids or paying mercs to defend your base is a neat idea. You could also have the chance to reprogram the droids running around to work for you too. Obviously, risk reward would be if you fail to reprogram, they get a free crit hit on you in combat. You also risk them self-destructing with no loot and the loss of the reprogram chip, which costs you materials. Droids could also be outfitted with different weapons you can give them. Over time, droids can have a chance to revolt if you have too many, as they would be more difficult to control, so the player risks having too many. Mercs would have what they have and leave no loot when dead. Same with the droids. You buy control, so there's more to lose. And cost benefit is you need to keep the grind. Also, over time, the number of droids running around would diminish as you capture/kill them. Mercs would get more expensive based on their death numbers. So this would make the player more responsible for how they build and defend. So these units so these units live longer and stay more affordable. Fast travel options should remain a small ship shuttle and a dune buggy type ground vehicle. Teleporter seems like too much of a cheat. Maybe if other worlds/moons become available, we see 3 planets and a moon in the sky. A bigger ship, which once leaving the atmosphere would teleport to the planet/moon where you can farm mobs or materials. Not too sure you want to get much closer to Star Wars with parry of blaster fire. Block sure, but not redirect. Have an NPC randomly spawn once in a while to buy some materials for credits. Defense should also randomly spawn in different places, evading the authorities. Not in the same place as the authorities. The current hub is the authorities, where you can buy, repair, and buy a vehicle license, bounties, and so on. So a few more ideas, if you have not already considered them, and expanding ideas already suggested. So that's what I've written so far for the guy.
Yeah.
Somebody else posted the unicorn girl. Oh. Oh yeah.
Does your user agreement still suck?
I'm not sure how to answer that, Senator.
Can you still have a dead body and all that legalese where nobody can find it? Thank you all for being here. Mr. Spiegel, I see you hiding down there. What does yada, yada, yada mean?
I'm not familiar with the term, Senator.
Very. Can we agree that what you do, not what you say, what you do is what you believe, and everything else is just cottage cheese?
Yes, Senator.
You agree with that? Speak up. Don't be shy. I've listened to you today. I've heard a lot of yada, yada, yada. And I've heard you talk about the reforms you've made. And I appreciate it. And I've heard you talk about the reforms you're going to make.
Need to have
but
like really heavy sandstorms where you almost can't see.
I think the reforms you're talking about to some extent are going to be like putting
Especially since a lot of the mobs aren't necessarily aggressive.
And I'm not sure you're going to support this.
So have like a heavy sandstorm and then maybe special mobs come out.
The fact is that you and some of your internet colleagues who are not
Yeah, because they'd be under the soil.
are no longer. You're not companies. Your country.
Yeah, so they'd be safe from the storm and then they could track you and bring you down.
And you and some of your colleagues who are not here have blocked everything we have tried to do in terms of reasonable regulation. Everything from privacy to child exploitation. And in fact, we have a new definition of recession. A recession.
Down you go, Mr. Terminator bot.
Has to lay off 25 members of Congress. That's what we're down to. We're also down to this fact that your platforms are hurting children. I'm not saying they're not doing some good things, but they're hurting children. And I know how to count votes, and if this bill comes to the floor of the United States Senate, it will pass. What we're going to have to do, and I say this with all the respect I can muster, is convince my good friend Senator Schumer to go to Amazon, buy a spine online, and bring this bill to the Senate floor. And the House will then pass it. Now that's one person's opinion. I may be wrong, but I doubt it. Mr. Zuckerberg, let me ask you a couple of questions. Might wax a little philosophical here. I have to answer to you. You have
Aerolithium, need lots of
you
that.
have convinced over 2 billion people to give up all of their personal information, every bit of it, in exchange for getting to see what their high school friends had for dinner Saturday night. That's pretty much your business model, isn't it?
It's not how I would characterize it. When we give people the ability to connect with the people they care about and to engage with the topics that they care about.
And you take this information, this abundance of personal information, and then you develop algorithms to punch people's hot buttons and send and steer to them information that punches their hot buttons again and again and again to keep them coming back.
It's a pretty big pirate base right here.
And as a result, your users see only one side of an issue. And so, to some extent, your platform has become a killing field for the truth, hasn't it?
And Senator, I disagree with that characterization. We build ranking and recommendations because people have a lot of friends and a lot of interests, and they want to make sure that they see the content that's relevant to them. We're trying to make a product that's useful to people and make our services as helpful as possible for people to connect with the people they care about.
I wonder if they can get to
show
me
them
here.
both sides. You don't give them balanced information. You just keep punching their hot buttons, punching their hot buttons. You don't show them balanced information so people can discern the truth for themselves. And you rev them up so much that so often your platform and others becomes the cesspools of snark where nobody learns anything. Don't you?
Well, Senator, I disagree with that. I think people can engage in the things that they're interested in and learn quite a bit about them. We have done a handful of different experiments in the past around news and trying to show content on a diverse set of perspectives. I feel there's more that needs to be explored there, but I don't think we can solve that by ourselves.
I'm sorry to cut you off, Mr. President, but I'm going to run out of time. Do you think your users really understand what they're giving you, all of this information, and how you process it and how you monetize it? Do you think people really understand?
Senator, I think people understand the basic terms.
We're saving it. I'm wiping it all out.
It's been a couple of years since we talked about this. This user agreement still sucks.
I'm not sure how to answer that, Senator.
Can you still have a dead pup
Yeah.
all that legalese where nobody can find it?
Senator, I'm not quite sure what you're referring to, but I think people get the basic deal of using these services. It's a free service. You're using it to connect with the people you care about. If you share something with people, other people will be able to see your information. It's inherently, if you're putting something out there to be shared publicly, or with a private set of people, it's, you're inherently putting it out there. So I think people get that basic part of how the
Mr. Zuckerberg, you're in the foothills of creepy. You track people who aren't even Facebook users.
What the fuck? You guys all like respawn already, you cocksuckers? I just killed y'all.
Even when they're not on Facebook. I'm going to land this plane pretty quickly, Mr. Chairman. I mean, it's creepy. And I understand you make a lot of money doing it. But I just wonder if our technology is greater than our views. I mean, let me ask you this final question. Instagram is harmful to young kids.
Senator, that's not what the research shows on campus. That doesn't mean that individual people don't have issues and that there aren't things that we need to do to help provide the right tools to people. But across all of the research that we've done internally, the survey that the Senator previously cited, there are 12 or 15 different categories of harm that we asked teens if they felt that Instagram made it worse or better. And across all of them, except for the one that Senator Hawley cited, more people said that using Instagram
I've got to land this plane, Mr. Zuckerberg.
Positive or...
We're just going to agree to disagree. If you believe that Instagram, I know I'm not saying it's intentional, but if you agree that Instagram, if you think that Instagram is not hurting millions of our young people, particularly young teens, particularly young women, you shouldn't be trying. It is.
Senator approves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Social media is a very powerful tool. But we're here because every parent I know, and I think every parent in America, is terrified
a little bit more inventory space
about the garbage that is directed at them.
Nope.
I have 2 teenagers at home. And the phones they have are portals to predators, to viciousness, to bullying, to self-harm. And each of your companies could do a lot more to prevent it. Mr. Zuckerberg, in June of 2023, the Wall Street Journal reported that Instagram's recommendation systems were actively connecting pedophiles to accounts that were advertising the sale of child sexual abuse material. In many cases, those accounts appeared to be run by underage children themselves, often using code words and emojis to advertise illicit material. In other cases, the accounts included indicia that the victim was being sex trafficked. Now, I know that Instagram has a team that works to prevent the abuse and exploitation of children online. But what was particularly concerning about the Wall Street Journal expose was the degree to which Instagram's own algorithm was promoting the discoverability of victims for pedophiles seeking child abuse material. In other words, this material wasn't just living on the dark corners of Instagram. Instagram was helping pedophiles find
go sell stuff, so I was gonna go
by
down
promoting
here, and then I
hashtags,
should be able to buy myself a gun.
including hashtag #headwhore and hashtag preteen sex to potential buyers. Instagram also displayed the following warning screen to individuals who were searching for child abuse material. These results may contain images of child sexual abuse. And then you gave users 2 choices. Get resources or see results anyway. Mr. Zuckerberg, what the hell were you thinking?
All right, Senator. The basic science behind that is that when people are searching for something that is problematic, it's often helpful to, rather than just blocking it, to help direct them towards something that could be helpful for getting them to get help.
In what, I understand get resources, in what sane universe is there a link for C results anyway?
Well, because we might be wrong. We try to trigger this warning, or we tried to, when we think that there's any chance that the results...
Okay, you might be wrong. Let me ask you, how many times was this warning screen displayed?
I don't know, but
Hey, you don't know. Why don't you know?
I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head, but...
Well, you know what, Mr. Zuckerberg? It's interesting you say you don't know it off the top of your head, because I asked it in June of 2023 in an oversight letter, and your company refused to answer. Will you commit right now to, within 5 days, answering this question for this committee?
We'll follow up on that.
Is that a yes? Not a will follow up. I know how lawyers write statements saying we're not going to answer. Will you tell us how many times this warning screen was displayed? Yes or no?
Senator, I'll personally look into it. I'm not sure if we have.
Okay, so you're refusing to answer that. Let me ask you this. How many times did an Instagram user who got this warning that you're seeing images of child sexual abuse, how many times did that user click on see results anyway? I want to see that.
Senator, I'm not sure if we stored that, but I'll personally look into this and we'll follow up after.
And what follow-up did Instagram do when you have a potential pedophile clicking on, I'd like to see child porn? What did you do next when that happened?
Senator, I think that an important piece of context here is that any context that we think is child sexual...
Mr. Zuckerberg, that's called the question. What did you do next when someone clicked? You may be getting child sexual abuse images, and they click see results anyway. What was your next step? You said you might be
Those
wrong.
creatures look familiar. I'm positive I've seen them in a different game.
Child sexual abuse material. Did anyone report that user? Did anyone go and try to protect that child? What did you do next?
Senator, we take down anything that we think is sexual abuse material on the service. And
did anyone verify whether it was in fact child sexual abuse material?
Senator, I don't know if every single search result we're following up on, but...
Did you report the people who wanted it?
Senator, do you want me to answer your question?
Yeah, I want you to answer the question I'm asking. Did you report the people who clicked see results anyway?
That's probably one of the factors that we use in reporting. And in general, we've reported more people and done more reports like this to NCMEC, the National Center of Missing and Exploited Children, than any other company in the industry. We proactively go out of our way across our services to do this, and have made, I think it's more than 26 million reports, which is more than the whole rest of the industry combined. So,
Mr. Zuckerberg, your company and every social media company needs to do much more to protect children. All right, Mr. Chu, in the next couple of minutes I have, I want to turn to you. You're familiar with China's 2017 National Intelligence Law, which states, quote, all organizations and citizens shall support, assist, and cooperate with national intelligence efforts in accordance with the law and shall protect national intelligence work secrets they are aware of.
Yes, I'm familiar with this.
TikTok is owned by ByteDance. Is ByteDance subject to the law?
For the Chinese businesses that ByteDance owns, yes, it will be subject to this, but TikTok is not available in mainland China. And Senator, as we talked about in your office, we built Project Texas to put this out of reach.
So ByteDance is subject to the law. Now, under this law, which says, shall protect national intelligence work secrets they are aware of, it compels people subject to the law to lie, to protect those secrets. Is that correct?
I cannot comment on that. What I said again is that we have
because you have to protect those secrets?
No, Senator, TikTok is not available in mainland China. We have moved the data into
But TikTok is controlled by ByteDance, which is subject to this law. Now, you said earlier, and I wrote this down, we have not been asked for any data by the Chinese government, and we have never provided it. I'm going to tell you, and I told this when you and I met last week in my office, I do not believe it. And I'll tell you, the American people don't either. If you look at what is on TikTok in China, You are promoting to kids science and math videos, educational videos, and you limit the amount of time
You wanted to
kids
fight
can be on
anyways, did
TikTok.
ya?
In the United States, you are promoting to kids
Down you go.
self-harm videos.
This looks like a monster from Men in Black, actually.
There's not a difference between what kids see in China and what kids see here?
Senator, TikTok is available in China. It's a separate experience.
You have a company that is essentially designed that promotes beneficial materials instead of harmful materials.
That is not true. We have a lot of science and math content here on TikTok. There's so much of it.
All right,
the stamp feed for
okay, let me point to this, Mr. Chu. There was a report recently that compared hashtags on Instagram to hashtags on TikTok, and what trended, and the differences were striking. So, for something like hashtag Taylor Swift or hashtag Trump, researchers found roughly 2 Instagram posts for every 1 on TikTok.
Man,
that's not a dramatic
robots sure like to fight out here.
That difference jumps to 8 to 1 for the hashtag Uyghur. And it jumps to 30 to 1 for the hashtag Tibet. And it jumps to 57 to 1 to the hashtag Tiananmen Square, and it jumps to 174 to 1 for the hashtag Hong Kong protest. Why is it that on Instagram, people can put up a hashtag Hong Kong protest 174 times compared to TikTok? What censorship is TikTok doing at the request of the Chinese government?
None. Senator, that analysis is flawed. The analysis is flawed. It's been debunked by other external sources like the Cato Institute. Fundamentally, a few things happen here. Not all videos carry hashtags. That's the first thing. The second thing is that you cannot selectively choose a few words within a certain.
Why the difference between Taylor Swift and Tiananmen Square? What happened at Tiananmen Square?
Senator, there was a massive protest during that time. But what I'm trying to say is, our users can freely come and post this
Why would
content.
there be no difference on Taylor Swift, or a minimal difference, and a massive difference on Tiananmen Square or Hong Kong?
Senator, could you wrap up, please?
Senator, our algorithm does not suppress any content simply based on
To
it.
answer that question, why is there a difference?
Like I said, I think this analysis is flawed.
What's
You're
over here?
selectively choosing some words over some periods. We haven't been around as
There
long
is
as
an
other apps.
obvious difference. 174 to 1 for Hong Kong compared to Taylor Swift is dramatic.
Senator Hawley, we haven't voted yet. You're next. And I don't know how long the vote will be open. Turn over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Zuckerberg, let me start with you. Did I hear you say in your opening
Are these
statement
guys
that
gonna
there's
be angry
no
with
link
me
between
too?
mental
'Cause
health
it seems
and
like
social
every
media?
camp I've been to, other than the 2,
Senator, what I've
have
said
been
is I think
angry
it's
with me.
important to look at the science. I know it's people.
I don't need everything being angry at me. They don't know who I am. I'm a really
and
nice
I think
guy.
that the bulk of the scientific evidence does not support that.
Oh, well, yeah. Really? Let me just remind you of some of the science from your own company. Instagram studied the effect of your platform on teenagers. Let me just read you some quotes from the Wall Street Journal's report on this. Company researchers found that Instagram is harmful
Oh yeah, I've been to this
for a
one before.
sizable
And these
percentage
guys
of
get
teenagers,
angry
most
with me.
notably teenage girls. Here's a quote from your own study. Quote, "We make body image issues worse for 1 in 3 teen girls." Here's another quote. Teens blamed Instagram, this is your study, for increases in the rate of anxiety and depression. This reaction was unprompted and consistent across all groups. That's your study.
Senator, we try to understand the feedback and how people feel about the services. We can improve.
Wait a minute, your own study says that you make life worse for 1 in 3 teenage girls. You increase
Senator,
anxiety and depression. That's what it says, and you're here testifying to us in public that there's no link. You've been doing this for years. For years, you've been coming in public and testifying under oath that there's absolutely no link. Your product is wonderful. The science is nascent. Full speed ahead, while internally you know full well your product is a disaster for teenagers.
Senator,
and yet
that's
you
not
keep
true.
right on doing what you're doing. Right?
That's not true. That's not true.
Let me show you some other facts I know that you're familiar with. Wait a minute. That's not a question. That's not a question. Those are facts, Mr. Zuckerberg. That's not a question.
Those aren't facts.
Let me show you some more facts. Here's some information from a whistleblower who came before the Senate, testified under oath in public. He worked for you, a senior executive. Here's what he showed he found when he studied your products. So, for example, this is girls between the ages of 13 and 15 years old. 37% of them reported that they had been exposed to nudity on the platform unwanted in the last 7 days. 24% said that they had experienced unwanted sexual advances they've been propositioned in the last 7 days. 17% said they had encountered self-harm content pushed at them in the last 7 days. Now, I know you're familiar with these stats because he sent you an email where he lined it all out. I mean, we've got a copy of it right here. My question is, who did you fire? Who got fired?
Senator, we study all of this because it's important and we want to improve our services.
Well, you just told me a second ago you studied it.
Big old sandworm right there.
Who did you fire?
Yeah, I said you mischaracterized.
37% of teenage girls between 13 and 15 were exposed to unwanted nudity in a week on Instagram. You knew about it. Who did you fire?
Senator, this is why we're building all.
Who did you fire?
Senator, I don't think that's.
Who did you fire?
I'm not going to answer that.
Because you didn't fire anybody, right? You didn't take any significant action.
It's appropriate to talk about it.
It's not appropriate.
Decisions.
Do you know who's sitting behind you? You've got families from across the nation whose children are either severely harmed or gone. And you don't think it's appropriate to talk about steps that you took? The fact that you didn't fire a single person? Let me ask you this. Have you compensated any of the victims?
Sorry?
Have you compensated any of the victims? These girls, have you compensated?
I don't believe so.
Why not? Don't you think they deserve some compensation for what your platform has done? Help with counseling services? Help with dealing with the issues that your services cause?
Our job is to make sure that we build tools to help keep people safe.
Are you going to compensate them?
Senator, our job and what we take seriously is making sure that we build industry-leading tools to find harmful
to make money,
take it off the services,
and to make money,
and to build tools that empower parents.
So you didn't take any action. You didn't take any action. You didn't fire anybody. You haven't compensated a single victim. Let me ask you this. There's families of victims here today. Have you apologized to the victims? Would you like to do so now? Well, they're here. You're on national television. Would you like now to apologize to the victims who have been harmed by your product? Show them the pictures. Would you like to apologize for what you've done to these good people?
Continue doing communicating efforts to make sure that no one has to go through the types of things that your family has to suffer.
You know, why, Mr. Zuckerberg, why should your company not be sued for this? Why is it that you can claim, you hide behind a liability shield, you can't be held accountable? Shouldn't you be held accountable personally? Will you take personal responsibility?
Senator, I think I've already answered this. I mean,
Well, try us again. Will you take personal responsibility?
Senator, I view my job and the job of our company as building the best tools that we can to keep our community safe.
Well, you're failing at that.
Well, Senator, we're doing an industry-leading effort. We build AI tools that...
Your product is killing people. Will you personally commit to compensating the victims? You're a billionaire. Will you commit to compensating the victims? Will you set up a compensation fund with your money?
These are
with your money.
Senator, these are complicated.
Yes, that's not a complicated question. No, that's a yes or no. Will you set up a victims compensation fund with your money, the money you made on these families sitting behind you? Yes or no?
Senator, I don't think that's my job.
Sounds like a no. Sounds like a no. Your job is to be responsible for
what your company
selling here. Billions of dollars on the people sitting behind them. Are you here? You've done nothing to help them. You've done nothing to compensate them. You've done nothing to put it right. You could do so here today, and you should. You should, Mr. Zuckerberg. Before my time expires, Mr. Chu, let me just ask you.
30 damage.
Your platform. Why should your platform not be banned in the United States of America? You are owned by a Chinese communist company, or a company based in China. The editor-in-chief of your parent company is a Communist Party secretary. Your company has been surveilling Americans for years.
There, I got a rifle.
More than 80 internal TikTok meetings, China-based employees of your company have repeatedly accessed non-public data of United States citizens. Your company has tracked journalists improperly gaining access to their IP addresses, user data, in an attempt to identify whether they're writing negative stories about you. Why should your platform is basically an espionage arm for the Chinese Communist Party? Why should you not be banned in the United States of America?
Senator, I disagree with your characterization. Many of what you have said, you've explained in a lot of detail. TikTok is used by 170 million Americans.
I know, and every single one of those Americans are in danger from the fact that you track their keystrokes, you track their app usage, you track their location data, and we know that all of that information can be accessed by Chinese employees who are subject to the dictates of the Chinese Communist Party. Why should you not be banned in this country?
Senator, that is not accurate. A lot of what you describe we collect, we don't.
It is 100% accurate. Do you deny that repeatedly Americans' data has been accessed by ByteDance employees in China?
We built a project that cost us billions of dollars to stop that, and we have made a lot of progress.
And it hasn't been stopped. According to the Wall Street Journal report from just yesterday, even now, ByteDance workers, without going through official channels, have access to the private information of American citizens. I'm quoting from the article, private information of American citizens, including their birth date, their IP address, and more. That's now.
Senator, as we know, the media doesn't always get it right. What we have
But the Chinese Communist Party does?
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that we have spent billions of dollars to build this project. It's rigorous, it's robust, it's unprecedented, and I'm proud of the work that the 2,000 employees are doing to protect the data.
But it's not protected. That's the problem, Mr. Chu. It's not protected at all. It's subject to Communist Chinese Party inspection and review. Your app, unlike anybody else sitting here, and heaven knows I've got problems with everybody here, but your app, unlike any of those, is subject to the control and inspection of a foreign, hostile government that is actively trying to track the information of whereabouts of every American they get their hands on.
More lithium. Yeah, a lot of whatever. I'm gonna find one of those Terminator droids and see if I can pick one off from a distance with the rifle. Oh, there might be one right there. Too bad you couldn't get a scope on it.
Yeah, just zoom in.
Yeah.
Is it fully auto or is it single shot?
I don't know. Oh, yeah, it's auto. Well, you want to come fight too, do you? That's right, I will kick all your asses.
Fucking will with that rifle.
Well, I mean, I've noticed some mobs are more resilient to blaster fire than not. So, I mean, yeah, some you can fire down pretty good, but there's others that are like fucking blaster sponges. Like fighting that droid, I went through 60 rounds and didn't even kill it. Yeah, he got close enough, I had to take him out with the sword. Or no, I took him out with my special. Which was overkill. My special would have killed him all by itself. But I hit the wrong button. Went to hit 1, but I hit Q instead.
Well, he knows he's dead.
Oh yeah, he was just an oil stain by the time I was done. There's a castle or something just a kilometer and a half away. I don't know. It is a castle. We'll check it out. Brought a gun to a knife fight, pal. Oh yeah, this is the one I passed not too long ago. I know there's 2 down there. How many are up here? There's only 4 at this base. Nope, there's one there, so there's 5. Oh yeah, nice. Ding.
You crossed paths with the wrong warrior. You're just another target to eliminate. Your skills are lacking. I expected more of a challenge.
Really? Because you're the one that's dead and I'm alive, so... Standard. You want to fight now, too. Down you go, fucker. Ow! Where did you come from? Some good loot in here, and that wasn't good loot. You can do better! Other than this building's completely closed, it doesn't even have a door. Can't see a whole lot in there. Two down here. I'll let my health regen a bit before I aggro. Ooh, I got 34 rounds left. I had 160 rounds at one point, and I'm down to 34. You're gonna have to, you know, for how much ammo it takes, they're really gonna have to up the either the damage that weapons do or inventory. Oh, pods.
Holy cow. I did that much damage?
I don't have ammo.
You crossed paths with the wrong warrior.
Down you both go. Stocked water 10 times. Bullshit loot. Stop doing that. It sucks some of the bullets now, so I'm mailing my way through this pack. I don't know how many are down there. Blue one. Energy damage. I picked up a bow, gravity bow. It uses energy cells as ammo and does 50 damage. Wow. I saw a guy on there. Oh, there he is. Ow, fuckers. Oh, the boss guy there, okay. One, two, dead? Shuttle pod, more. Take it all. Oh! Literally, I think that was like a boom headshot. How close I am to it from where I am right now. 7K. Fuck. Still went to my bed. Oh well. Actually, I have all my shit. Actually, I'm gonna destroy this bed it's got here. There. Actually, I should probably leave it here and I'll just kill this little base and see if there's better loot. Oh, and he despawns just as he's about to die. Fucking... And he was a two skull droid.
Oh.
He probably would have had some good loot on him. thruster. More than that. Two in here? Fucked up going on there. Can I fire? I have energy cells. I guess it lied. Doesn't use energy cells as ammo. Lying bastard game. All players just got something. Oh, wrong button. Well, I found out where that two-skull robot despawned to.
Yeah.
Yeah, inside the cave I was just in. Where he thoroughly owned my ass. Fucker going out. Did he just fucking despawn again, the motherfucker? He did. Son of a bitch, man. Second time I almost killed him. I'll tell ya. Man, I've been ripped off twice from that. If I could jump on this guy, what would happen? I almost. Bouncing around on it. At least it doesn't aggro, so. Oh, he moved. Oh, look like something's eating his tail. God, it's so. Oh, okay, now you can't land on them. You just gotta bounce around. Well, I tried to get myself a flying mount, but it didn't work. Oh, this guy drop something? No, I got 2 pirate ships that spawned in on the save. I'm not gonna try and fight 2 of them. I wonder if the rifle will do any damage to them though. Probably not. Good jump. Head back to this space here, sell a bunch of inventory stuff. Should be friendlies here. Yeah, looks like it. Yay. Hello, Mr. Fence.
Looking to make some space in your inventory?
To 1100 now. Moolah. I don't think this guy has anything to sell. I have all that stuff, so. Other than armor, I think I have basically the best accessories you can have. Well, except for the core. Definitely do with a better core, but this guy's not selling any core stuff. Core stuff. Advance. That's what I need, wasn't it? Advance. Yeah, they're 500 each. I could buy 2. I have 5 already. That would give me 7. And then I have to hope that I have enough materials to make the other 3. How's my ship looking for repair? 300 or whatever. $300 to fix that. Holy Christ. Okay, we'll let that run down a little bit more then before we do that. That's 200. This should be 150. Honestly, it doesn't absorb a whole lot of damage. Do that. These other ones will let run down before we repair them. See, I should be able to pay somebody standing at the spaceport here to shuttle me in a ship, somewhere in the world as a form of fast travel. Mind you, though, this Space Force is a single seater, so. Yeah, there definitely needs more ways to make money in this game that work. I mean, I have another 2,400 credits if the Queen one worked. Mission guy was back here.
Contracts are available.
Let's go to the same place, research outpost. Down by there, so basically I have a 6-kilometer run now. Needs to be an auto run in the game too, 'cause man, my finger's getting sore holding the shift button down. Be an auto run where you can just hit a button and your dude will just run, and then you can just be hands off.
That was an auto run.
Not in this game, not that I found. Yeah, Valheim has an auto run. Satisfactory, I think, might have one. Yeah, there's a walk slow, sprint, jump, crouch, roll, camera mode.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make one of my mouse buttons a shift button. off with this bullshit. I'm not fucking giving you a rating. So. Of course, my razor has to lock up, and now I'm trying to do a key bind. So anything I push now, it thinks it's key binding. My mouse die maybe? There. Let's plug it in. Shouldn't have died. Should have plenty of life left in it. Was dying. No, it's a 62%. I don't know. I don't get it, but I fixed it anyways. I think my game just fucked up on me. So the mouse looks like it's working, but the keyboard stopped working. Control delete isn't working. Alt F4. I might have to do a fucking hard reboot. Plug my keyboard in and out, see if that does something. Excuse me. Which one's the keyboard? That one. A 100 billion chords. There we go. Back in the computer. That's a good guess. I don't know what happened there. I think I fixed it. Yes, be good. Well, 10 days to satisfactory release. I'm excited. No, I need to find a job like ASAP because I have enough to cover my next bill payments, and then that is it. I applied to like 4 jobs yesterday. I think I have like 2 or 3 saved so far. I'll apply to those tomorrow. I'll do it before Monday. And I'm even looking at stuff that's not paying so well either.
Anything is better than nothing.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping I might get 1 or 2 bookings here, but I won't know until probably Tuesday or Wednesday. But I might have a Halloween party, but that's only going to pay me like $800, and that's like not even my rent. You know, I'm gonna have to transfer the meager amount I have in my PayPal. And then I should get a payout from Twitch next month, I think, but that's only like $50 maybe. Well, yeah, I think it's, it's 50, but I think it's American, so it might be 65. Yeah, I got my utilities are $175. That's gas and power. And then my city bill come out on Monday for my water and sewage. That should only be about 70 maybe. And I have my credit cards. I'm gonna make my payments on them, and no, I gotta make sure I have enough for my van payment.
How much do you still owe on that?
Oh, on the van, like, I don't know, 54,000 would be my guess. Well, I've only had it for 3 years.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm seriously considering selling it though. I mean, I'll never get the full value out of it. Like at most, you know, I could try and get 40, you know, between 36 and 40 for it. So I'll lose everything else, but I could refinance that amount that's left. You know, obviously I have to buy something used and cheaper, so I could probably have what I owe by getting into something else that's used. So. I mean, I've been really trying to not try and do streaming as like, hey, I need to make it an income-based thing, because I want to just enjoy what I do. I don't want it to feel like it's a job necessarily.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's like a, you know, like what you guys spend and whatever. I mean, it's munchy money, and that's all I really want it to be. You know, it's just because I don't want people to feel like they gotta pay me to play kind of thing. You know, and I don't know. I just feel kind of guilty about that, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm weird like that. Ow! Taking a chunk out of my ass, aren't you? Alright, killed my first sandworm. Shit loot. Shit loot, man. Let me tell you, it's shit loot. Don't do it. It's not worth it. You're doing a 1 skull, dude. Yeah, the loot tables definitely need to be balanced. Right now, I think it's just random. You know, if it's a creature, you get meat and then random shit. I think if you fight like a sandworm or anything that potentially could be scaly, you should get like a scales or something, and then be able to put that into armor. Like make like a armor plating or something out of it. I mean, the gunplay could use a little work as well. I'm not a big fan of the aiming, like where the reticle is. Change the reticle. That may be better. Plus. What's the other options? Plus. Target. Circle. Focus. Let's focus. You really have to focus to see that. Focus to? No. Oh. Thank you. Yeah, I'm blowing air on your asshole because it's in my face. The look I just got from the cat. Oh, hilarious. It was like, how dare you, good sir? That's right. I'm blowing cold air up your butthole there. You can stick it in my face. That was hilarious. The color, so let's go to plus, regular plus. Oh yeah, that's it. That's better. That might help me with my aim. Well, I have had only one new follower on YouTube in 2 days of streaming, not one commenter. I've had actually the bots on Kick have been pretty much non-existent, so that's good. But I've also had like no viewers or anything on Kick. And but I've had 2 new followers or 2 new subscribers. I got another one today with a Prime sub. So Twitch is again, it's pulling ahead. You know, it's a better streaming service. Thinking I might have to maybe tomorrow I'll do some catching up on my Ashes of Creation live reactions. Maybe I'll do a couple, 1 or 2 videos tomorrow. Watch at 1.25 speed.
Yeah.
If I do 2 every Sunday, I can catch up in, probably 6 months. Well, probably no, because about 2 months, 2, 4, well, probably by end of October I'd be all caught up with all the videos. I don't know, I found the test to be kind of underwhelming. They have a feedback thingy that they want everybody to fill out, so might probably do that tomorrow.
Yeah.
I think there's supposed to be 1 more spot test before October, I think. Because I think I remember hearing there was going to be a couple of them. for attacking me, bitch. Apparently, I'm collecting a lot of materials. I imagine streaming at the hours that I do probably don't help either. Mind you, you'd think I'd get the night owls. Yep, running on midair. Invisible wall. There, I made a mouse button shift and W. Smart SMRT, like stick. Got an achievement for mining all these minerals. Man, I've probably gotten a ton of them. Oh, invisible wall. Can't even mine through the invisible wall. That's kind of cool.
doesn't matter.
Of course, I am to my house. Still a ways away. I think. You gonna follow me, angry salamander? Come on. You guys could be a distraction. Oh wow, I killed him fast. Ah, you attacked the salamanders. I want a piece of you now. Well, I guess they're not attacking you guys. I guess that they might. Okay, the rifle overheats in a hurry, let me tell ya. Oh, you cocksucker. Diggity hole.
that break down stuff. Because if you don't, you'll lose the extra.
What's that?
Yep. So if you put 17 in that,
Yeah, you
you'll
lose.
one.
Yeah, you lose the one. Yeah, I know.
I just figured that out.
Round numbers only. Yeah, I figured that out a while ago, earlier today. I'm like, ah, fuck. But it's like, well, what can you do?
Working on it, so.
Yep.
Just gotta give them time.
Exactly. Yeah, like I said, as long as there's somewhat regular updates, I think it'll be fine. Like, you know, probably like at least once every 2 weeks, you know, in the beginning here, just to kind of bug fix and patch, just to kind of make, you know, just to kind of get rid of some of the annoying bugs, and then, you know, and then once you kind of have that done, then, you know, maybe once a month, you know, probably I would say see some sort of a patch. Now, being it's a one-man team, I would definitely want to see a kind of a path or a roadmap of what he's going to do or plans on doing. Just so, you know, there's some reasonable expectations.
What level are you?
I am 14. Doing the TD thing, you boost up in levels pretty quick.
Oh, you mean the beacon thing?
Yeah. Psionics. Hydroliquid. Yeah, I basically run around and get a crap ton of neutronium stuff and then run it 3 or 4 times and then level up my stuff. And I should almost pick another one of these things. See, what would be cool is if these extractors would slowly actually consume the pool of water you put it in. Like, very slow. But
What are you gonna do when you out of water?
You can find a new water hole.
What happens when you use up all the water?
Well, I mean, I would think that, like, Planet Crafter, you'd have like a rain catcher or something like that. You know, so you can set up a bunch of those and. Metal and bell steam. I need more gravel metal.
15,000 so far?
I need gravel metal. Stuff in here for now. Perfect crafting. So we need rocks now. A whole bunch over here, if I remember right. Nucleum as well. I don't know if I'll get the advanced mining guns because, well, they're going to have durability, and it's already expensive as fuck repairing the stuff I already have. I don't know if it's worth it to have that, you know, this a little faster mining for the cost.
Well, you don't need to because you could just, at the top of your skill tree, you can see there's like 4 tabs, you can increase your mining that one too.
Yeah. Yeah, but I'd rather work on doing more damage for now anyways. I don't even know how high that goes. I wonder if there's a cap on those. Like, because I don't even know, like, you put a point in it, well, what does the point give you? Like, is it a full point of damage mitigation, or are you doing a full point extra damage, or is it based on a percent, right? So each one is just 1% more damage or whatever. Which, you know, honestly, be fuck all if you're only doing 50 damage. I mean, 1% of 50 damage is 0.5. You know, so you're barely doing a half extra damage. You know, same with, you know, or same with damage reduction, right? 0.5 damage reduction. So, not really doing anything. So, and I don't know how to test for that. Otherwise, I would.
Be something you have to ask the developer on how much it does.
Oh, exactly. Yeah. Well, if I ever get him on for an interview. It's storming out. Oh yeah, nice and rain. Short Talk is really trying to push me to create a Twitch channel for K-Time Radio. I don't know how popular that would be. But, and there's like special rules. Like I have a little computer that I could set up that could do it. And I think I have a. Well, I don't think I have a Twitch account for that. I could create one though. And then yeah, you just let it run passively. You know, and then people can tune into it while they do whatever. You know, obviously all fake commercials. And
doing that on Twitch might be good. I mean, you don't ever have to show your face or say anything. You just play something.
Yeah, like I said, it'd be fully automated.
Yeah.
You know, like
I do listen to a lot of music when I lay down. I try to take a nap. So.
Yeah.
Make it so that if you sub, no ads. If you don't sub, you know.
Well, like the commercials that would play on the radio would all be fake, right? They'd all be fake in theme or game themed or, you know. So you know they'd be parody commercials for based on games or lore or whatever.
Yeah, but I don't do that as if you're not do that.
Well, because you got to give people a reason to tune in, right? And I mean, if it's just playing music like a regular radio station, then I mean,
you know how many people go on YouTube and listen to the music on YouTube?
Oh yeah, but a lot of it's usually something that's unique or different or. You know, a remix or something like that. Otherwise, people just tune into Spotify. So, but having like some fake radio hosts, like I reset up Dementia to do her dance, her club nights for Friday and Saturday, and I'd find little shows somewhere. Maybe get other people to submit show segments, and
it's worth a shot.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. I gotta find the little computer. It's not where I left it, and then get it all. Because I think it is mostly set up for the online radio. But I also gotta. I think you have to apply to Twitch for. Because you can't. The problem is because you're playing licensed music, you can't monetize it. So it would have to be monetized through people subscribing or donating. So, but that being said, I don't think Twitch can run ads on it either, because then they're making money off of copyrighted content, and I don't think they're allowed to do that either. So yeah, I have to look into it more. I mean, I could just set it up as a radio and host it myself, because I can run it to host, 20 connections kind of thing. I'm probably not going to get much more than that to start anyways. And then, as it makes money, then I could, buy a relay server or something. That's how I did it. That's how I grew K-Town in the first place. I don't need more of those. Lots of that. Not using them for anything. Oh, it's a very ambitious project if I do it. Like, it's going to take a lot of time, because I gotta, I gotta add the songs, program the rotation, program all the rules. You know, and it's a probably be at least a solid week. You know, and then I'd probably want to do shows that are, you know, based around based around maybe different games. So, you know, I'd have like the Fallout show, so all the music would be based around, you know, Fallout. So I'd have all the Fallout songs plus songs that are relative to it, you know, same sound or era. I got tons of that stuff. You know, and then you have your Metal Knights. And then I'd have mixed in all the game parodies that I can, you know, that I have. You know, I could almost do a freaking full hour of just Minecraft music or Minecraft themes. And then there'd just be like your general rotation where it would just play a mix mash of everything. And then specific shows would be programmed. So I'd have to record all the pre-record all the segments and the music and basically curate the entire show. That takes a ton of time as well. Not the recording. I mean, I can usually script stuff pretty quick. You know, and then I'd want to do the radio dramas in there. And that's where I need more people to help with voicing characters and stuff. That's a very time consuming. Like, it was taking me almost 2 months just to do one episode. I just couldn't find people that wanted to voice stuff. You know, and I try to keep it so there's not a ton of different characters, but you need a few. And I'm thinking if I go through enough old chats, I can probably find a bunch of pre-recorded stuff, hopefully. Or stuff that I had recorded and sent to people for samples and whatnot that I can build off of. Since I lost, you know, pretty much everything. So annoyed by that. Well, let's see how much stuff we got. No, not really. And when it comes to the tower thingy, I usually just do the bugs. They seem to, you know, because I get the most useful material out of that.
Yeah.
I mean, you get a little bit of money from the pirates. You get a little bit of money.
Well, you get stuff to sell. I mean, that's
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah, and I mean, which is fine. I mean, I usually
You
get
some material. I mean, you get what are they called? Those construction kit stuff.
Yeah, well, you get up to basic.
Yeah.
You know, I think I might have got, yeah, I think I got one standard or whatever. Okay. put it in here. I should just kept it on me. But yeah, I'd probably, so for the radio, what I'd probably do for subscribers is subscribers can recommend, like they could recommend songs, or if I could figure out a bot for like a Discord where they could request songs through Discord, and then, so that'd be the only way to use the request feature. Allow for 2 requests or 1 request per hour, basically. So, did I just make arrow lithium? I didn't take the arrow. Made it. Take it. I have 8. I need to make 2 more, and then I can make the vehicle pad, and I think that's what you need to make to actually make the vehicles, I'm guessing.
Yes. And it's the spaceships that you make. The ships, the flying ships, just looking at. And you gotta unlock them, so.
Yeah, I've unlocked the hover ship already. Therm, they got lots of that made already too. I'll get 9 out of that. Alexa, I don't need that. So I need 1 more of those. One more electrosynth, which I can make water. farm up a butt ton of that stuff.
I love this. I set mine up by this hill, and when it kills them, they just slide down the hill. So I just collect everything out of the hill.
Nice. Sounds clever. That crazy. Some more stuff. Why am I crouching? Oh, nice. Oh, I get it too, not just you.
Yep, that was from
I get two.
the Android.
Okay.
I tried doing the pirates, but they were just shooting at the thing to break it. So.
Oh yeah. Well, it makes my resilience 10. The precision's 12, might 4, efficiency 3.
Doesn't tell you what needs to be repaired.
Yeah, no, it just breaks. Yeah,
You can repair it yourself, but if you just don't know, you have to go around clicking on everything.
yeah. I just let it break. It's always the same ones anyways. No, I probably should repair. Probably save me resources. Now I can do the 2-star ones without any problems. The 2-star is the most. It looks like it's the most efficient. And it's 5 minutes for 4, where the next one's 10 minutes for 6. So you don't, so if you were to do 2 of them, then you're spending 20 minutes for 12 points. Where if you do the other one, you get 16 points in 20 minutes. Farm up a top 10 of that plutonium or whatever. stuff right now. That muddy area on the map is really good for that, farming up that stuff, because you get like 100 for just about anything you mine out in there.
Oh yeah, I've noticed that.
You have an elevator just sitting out by the droid encampment. You can fly really far if you're on that. When you're going up to the top, you can jump off with the thruster. Yeah, you can get some good range out of it.
Yeah.
Poor droid. I'll leave him alone, he's not hurting me. But if he keeps running into me, I might have to do something about it. Push you fucker.
Thank you.
Satisfactory, he should be giving me mycelium. Minding away, minding my own business, minding away. I got a couple thousand already. Everybody needs a bosom for a pillow. Everybody needs a bosom. I agree with that statement. Everybody does need a bosom for a pillow. Nothing like resting your head on some nice comfy tits. Female tits. Man tits ain't so comfy, I don't think. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't want to try it. It just seems uncomfortable. I have had my head rest gracefully on female bosoms. Very nice. Highly recommended. 5 out of 5. Would do it again. So my next level, 4,500 more. I'm getting 10 XP for each one of these that I mine. So that's, I need to do what, almost 500 of these, they'll level. Not including any mobs that I killed. They usually give you a little more XP. Are you trying to get aggro-y on me? Yeah, that didn't work out very well for you, did it, pal? Yep, this stuff didn't spawn back so fast. And damn near clearing it. Oh, actually, I haven't spawned in back yet where I've cleared it out. After putting a dent in this place.
So it does show you a health bar.
What's that?
Just to let you know. When you go to repair stuff,
Yeah.
it does.
Oh, you have to have the option open, then it shows it.
No, after you click on the button to repair and stuff,
right,
then it will show it when you press over it.
Oh, okay.
For some odd reason, it wasn't letting me do it. So,
Yay! 4 points. Well, actually, there's good XP. It's up to almost 1,500 now. I have one Mark II gun at my place. Shoots twice as fast as the regular ones.
I wonder if there's something you gotta make to repair stuff.
I don't think there's repair kits that I've seen.
Maybe that's it.
Probably be in the tech tree if there was. grab my sword, not hit that one, but whatever. I guess we didn't have any friends around. The only one was attacked. Running out of space.
So did I. I got tons of stuff to sell now.
Yeah, I'll go on like little raids where I'll just collect one thing as much as I can. Out of that one. Need more Geolux as well. No more egg. No kitties. You making your rounds, are ya? Anyway, I got all this stuff in your way, don't I? This cup won't fit in my cup holder, so.
Okay, so it doesn't work on the beacon. That's what's good.
Yeah, that makes sense.
like that, but you can't repair the beacon. Well, that's good to know.
Debating on if I should watch any of the Rings of Power second season. Wasn't a fan of the first one. A different color from the pirate one, so one, two, three, four. Squish me and kill me. Nope. Whiskey. Singers getting solar. It's a roof down and lower in the floor. One, two, three, four. Oh, I can almost see my base from here. Well, I can probably almost see your base from here.
Doubt you can see mine. Mine's in a valley.
Yeah.
Well, it's a little pit actually, with water down at the bottom. I mean,
jump on like a ship when it gets close. Dude, if you stop moving, maybe it'll land on your spaceship. There. Almost a hit. I think I hit that. That's where Buddy is. I just hit him. Not too far away though. I know there's a mob right down there somewhere. It's way off. is if I hit him. It rains a lot in this game.
Yes, it does.
And their thunder needs a lot more bass. It's not bassy enough. I want to feel it. My head should rumble.
Okay. Yeah, much better. Oh, we got to turn the right way.
level 15. Storm's over.
You have the thrusters or the jetpack?
Jetpack. Yeah, jetpack. Purple one. I looted it. I've looted 2 so far.
I got it.
Oh yeah, the purple is very nice. I'm 894, but I won't loot anymore. Kind of retarded. Okay, so a couple of these water manufacturing. Yeah, I'm disappointed that the automated cannons or the guns don't work with just regular mobs. They only activate when you're doing the tower thing.
points and I can get the ship. And I just gotta make all the parts.
Yep. And that is a long process. That's what I'm doing right now. It's just getting the aircraft pad.
I got that already. I just need the ship.
Yeah, I don't even know what I need to make the ship.
It tells you on the when you build the
pad.
Ship part. Yeah,
Yep.
the pad.
I figured.
3, 1, and then 2 of it are different ones. I think it's more expensive than this. The vehicle cost than oh, sorry. Yeah, it's 5 construction kit advanced and then 2 construction kit ultimate.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's not cheap. And there's 2 different ships. There's the Hoverbird and then the Harry. That one is 5 of the construction kit unlimited and then 3 of the elite.
Wow.
Yeah. Better be worth it.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I gotta say. buy me an elite augment. How much did the gun cost you?
Like 2,000 or something.
Have you tried any of the 3 stars?
Nope. No, my setup, it does 2 stars where I almost don't even have to pay attention to it. So I just run around looting. But
So as long as I have the beacon in the right place, I'm fine with running around with it.
Yep.
You know, 2 stars.
Exactly.
But if the beacon's out in the open, you can't do that.
The mine's protected pretty well.
See, I got mine behind a wall.
I got mine in a pit of kind of like a pit. And they can't, and as far as, I don't think they can shoot at it. Lots of rock ore here, which I need.
I guess elite's the best you can get, alright?
Nope. I think there's legendary. But you can't buy it from anybody. But there is like a yellow in the crafting or in this tech tree. So there's a level above it.
Oh, you got ultra and then prestige. So elite, it goes elite, ultra, prestige. So.
Rocks.
I probably need to get the upgraded gun first before I try to please go. MK2. Got it.
It takes a little bit before it officially unlocks. I think it took like 10 or 15 minutes or something, and then yeah, the Mark II, the Sentry got unlocked. that guy folded like a cheap suit.
The elite one I bought just freezes in place. So good.
Should also have a scanner where we can look for specific minerals or something, kind of like Satisfactory. Or should be able to set up like a miner or something like that that'll mine for it.
Alright.
We need a bunch of aerolithium, and not the easiest to find when you're just running around randomly. Psionics. That. Enough to make the last order I need anyways. More. God damn it. It's like a game of inches at this point. Wow. Inches and kilometers. You run kilometers to collect enough shit to move inches. See, this is like the opposite of satisfactory, where I have way too much shit. And I don't know what to do with it. I was actually tempted to hop in just to kind of monkey around and just to try and get better with my copper production. But with the new server and you and Dat and whoever else that joins us, I'll be happy just creating the infrastructure. Got to figure out where we want to build and whatever too. Since they're changing a lot of the a bunch of the resources and stuff, where we build is definitely going to probably be different than the past.
Oh yeah, definitely. Going to be.
Might have been a bad direction to go in. Not seeing any of what I need here in this direction. One right there. TD stuff. See what loot I get from that. In these quests here, make a little bit of money, do some repairing.
Selling anything interesting?
See, if I was smart, I would start working on a spreadsheet or something of what's the available loot that you get most commonly from the TD thing, from the different waves, and you know, like what's an average or whatever, and then post that and make a video about it. It's a smart thing for me to do. Am I that smart? Well, and I think the loot tables are pretty random right now anyway, so probably wasted effort for now. The only thing I get consistently out of the mobs is meat. Otherwise, it's pretty random.
Yeah.
Definitely not finding the stuff I need in here. Holy shit, you're a giant one of them fucking salamanders. Kipod King. Let's kick his ass. Got an achievement for killing them. That's cool. I guess you would have got it too.
Nope, I didn't get any achievements.
No, maybe you fixed that, huh? And he's like 3 times the size of the regular salamanders. Drop any goodies. No goodie drops that time. There you go. I think things must heal over time naturally. I'm not seeing any health bars on anything here, so... Okay, no, there it is. Kind of. Okay, it's over there, but Mike was hiding it. Never mind. Works against the droids. Well, our droids are dropping equipment. Health stuff. out, droid. Oh shit, I did take it out. Fuck me. That pirate gave me meat. I have to make sure I cook that extra special. What the fuck? Where'd my beacon go? There's no way they destroyed my beacon. No fucking way. Let's try this again. Unless they're attacking from a different angle that I'm used to seeing. Just disappeared.
Yeah, mine's doing that to me too. I can't put those walls around it. Take down those walls. Because like I could get 2 down and then I try to build more around and it won't work. Can't build that close to it.
Met your match. Prepare to fall.
These guys are giving shit anyways, so.
Yeah, you move the barricades away from them, away from it.
Well, the barricades are fine. I've been using barricades forever, but they're shooting, they can shoot over the barricades. I'm trying to mitigate that. Have some ideas. further away. Quit shooting! Shit, you can't aim at. No way you can hit shit over there, and you're still trying to. They're not very intelligent turrets, I'll tell you that. There, that guy solved the wall problem. Problem is the droids and whatnot don't really give me anything useful right now. I mean, it's good for shit that you want to sell, but... Good thing your turrets don't damage your own structures. I'm just trying to get more picky with when I take off these corpses. Oh, no, now it disappeared. I think it's just glitching. I was just about done that one. Unless this gun here is actually causing it some damage. There's aiming close enough to it. Fuck. Oh. Jesus Christ. I learned something else quite valuable. If you don't destroy something on a foundation before you destroy the foundation, whatever was on the foundation gets destroyed and you get none of the materials back.
Oh. I'm almost done that like twice already.
Yeah, so make sure that when you, are destructing things, you do one item at a time. Completely redo this. The fuck? How the hell did I end up in your base? I think this is your base.
Yeah, that's my base.
Yeah, somehow I just warped onto your bed. And
That happened with me to yours too.
And I never died or nothing.
Oh.
Like I was basically creating a new area for my beacon. Fucked up bullshit. What do you have here at your base? Oh, this is your vehicle thing. Nice. Since I'm here, I'm gonna take some of your rocks. I need the shit. hope I didn't accidentally destroy any of your house, because I was just clicking away on destroying my turret thing.
It looked like you destroyed a wall, but that's it. It wasn't nothing major, so.
Yeah, because I just all of a sudden spawned. I'm like, what the fuck? Because I mean, if I died, that's one thing, but. Unless destroying a foundation somehow killed me and then I didn't get the death pop-up. A lot of rocks around here. I assume that's the direction I want to go in. Go that way. Yeah, I'm almost 2 kilometers away from you. my beacon area. How much space does that beacon need around it?
I don't know.
So I got like 3 blocks all around it, and it's on the ground, and it's still disappearing. I'm wondering if it's a glitch.
Probably is.
Here, save the game, and then I'm going to reboot the game. Let me know when you're clear.
Okay, go ahead. Should be good now.
Clears RAM and all that funky jazz. Okay, loading it in. While that's loading in, we'll look at the achievements. So, kill Kipod King, 5.4% of players on this achievement. Gather 100,000 nucleum, 1.5% of players have it. Extract water 10 times, 10% of players have it. Kill 50 pirates, 4.2 players have it. 50 droids, 3.4% players. Gather 1,000 rock ore, 2.3% of players have it. Complete 10 waves, 1.9% of players have it. Complete 5 waves, only 3% have it. 25 turrets, 4.4% players. Accelerate particles 50 times, 5% have it. Craft 100 items, 10% of players have it. Kill 10 pirates, 12%. Kill 100 aliens, 14%. Technically we're the aliens though, so that doesn't really make a lot of sense. Kill the first pirate, 22% have that. Complete the first wave, 7% have it. Build 10 turrets, 7%. Build 5 turrets is 9%. Build the first turrets, 10%. Yeah, so I'm just looking at all these. Kill the Zen Queen, 7.5. I'm just looking at all these achievements. It's really low how many players have killed 50 aliens, only 23%. So out of all the people that have this game, not a lot of people are playing it. Or at least they're not playing it long enough to get a lot of this stuff. Build the first foundation, 53% of people. First bed, 44% of people. Now you think 100% of people would have the, first bed or something.
You would think. I mean,
56% of people cook for the first time. 39% of people gather 5,000 nucleum. Yeah, because you need, like, at minimum 5,000 to really get anywhere in the game.
right.
Extract water, 64%. So it looks like gathered 10 rock ore, 60%. So it looks like people are getting in, might be extracting water. They're gathering about 1,000 nucleum, because that's 64%. Gather 100 nucleums, 80%. Complete the first tutorial part is 82%. So people aren't even finishing the tutorial. Kill 500 aliens. Haven't gotten that one yet. Gotta be getting close though. Kill 100 droids. Grow plants 10 times. I know I've done it twice. It's just too inefficient to grow plants. Accelerate particles 100 times. Definitely we gotta be getting close to that. Complete 25 waves. We gotta be getting close to that. Because I've done... Today, I've done 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 12 or 13.
I've done 8 or 9 so far.
Yeah, so pretty much any time. Complete 10 contracts. I've almost done that. Complete 5 contracts. I have done that. Because I've done the mail 5 or 6 times now. So, yeah. So you and I are in the top tiers of achievements. Okay, well, let's hope this works now. Yeah, 'cause there's no rules or anything that's telling you, like, what you need.
That's good, you know.
Like, yeah, okay, you can't build it on a foundation. Okay, we got that. And you can't have walls within a block of it. So got that. You know, so now I got 2 spaces, so it's in the middle, and then 2 spaces before anything.
Yeah, mine just broke again.
How much space do you have?
I got 2 by 3.
So I think I got mine. I think it's 5 by 5 is what mine is. I think. Yeah, 5 by 5. I'm just sitting here watching it before I do anything else. I mean, if I have to make it bigger, I can. It's like the way I had it before, it was working fine and it was almost complete, and then poof, it disappears. It's like nothing got even close to it.
Yeah, I got through 2 waves and then mine just like destroyed.
Try this now. I'll just do a simple alien one. Pretty sure my turret's not take care of all of this stuff. Mobs aren't even attacking. They're just spawning in and they're sitting there. Maybe. Well, mine's going, so. I mean, it doesn't hurt my feelings if the mobs don't attack. So I'm still going to get the experience of the tower and the points. But they should be able to see the little red dot. It's above the wall.
Yeah, it looks like they can't see it. That's why they're not attacking.
Well, it's their problem, not mine. Something's getting attacked. Well, it's halfway done. The exciting aspect of beta testing. Well, sun's starting to come up now. Yeah, about 55%. Ish. Probably about 70% done. Some butt scratches. Almost done.
So it worked. I mean,
Yep.
mine didn't. So my 2x3 doesn't work. So not really good.
So 5x5 seems to work. That. That. Meats, I'll leave. Apparently I had a boss won't even attack, so I wasn't paying attention. Wasn't paying attention to what was happening on the outside. I just wanted to watch, so if it disappeared, I'd actually, be able to physically see it happen. Okay, let's do a level 2. Now that the test is done. Data number 2. See what happens. Which is fun. Bird. I think you might be right. They have nothing to aggro on. Oh, there's some action over here. Corpses. Yeah, I think the AI just doesn't know what to do. Bank errors in my favor. Interesting. Pitched into a wall. Come on. Anchor on me, I dare ya. Almost be over. Well, that's a boss one right there. Ah! Didn't kill the boss one in time. Well, that should be helping you get to your 15 now.
For sure.
Well, I'm gonna do a level 3 and see what happens. Oh, maybe I have to bring the right one. That's the right one. Cost 5 times whatever that is. Apparently I'm not seeing it properly. Another one that have this kind of green. Nope. Different green one I should have. Oh, it's probably Biocore. Honey, Psionics, and Hydro Liquid. Maybe Psionics for a lot of shit. Try this one. See how wrecked I get. Okay, level 3. Oh yeah, I got some of the flytrap faces and gators. They're not even spawning properly. It's kind of funny. Here we go. Dropping anything good. What are we doing over here? Pile of corpses out here, though. Now it disappeared. Just weird. And that was expensive. Friendly spaceship dropped off a purple crate. Ooh, I got advanced custodian armor. Absorbs 10% damage. Take that.
I think this is unfair. You keep getting all the crates.
I'm just in the right spot for that, I guess. That's a terrible aim. They aim at like the feet of the monsters. Once they start hitting them, they make short work of them. But I have like 1, 2, 3, 5. 5 can aim in one direction. 4 in another. Like, it's definitely overkill for the waves I'm doing. But it's going to disappear on 3-star waves. And it won't disappear on 2-star waves. Then I'll just use it for 2-star waves. You get the same amount of points anyways. The only difference is the type of mobs that you get. And it's the little jellyfish ones that drop what I need mostly. And you get them in the second wave. So I'll probably go to bed here soon. Like 7 in the morning. Got some laundry today. I notice they don't aggro the same either when they're in tower defense wave mode. Like, they kind of ignore you. Yeah. Should also be like a mass loot option for waves. He despawned just as he died at the end of the wave. Ooh, dual energy blades. It's level 50. Oops. Tab. They are high penetration. 5 less physical damage. They have a higher penetration. Maybe I'll try them out. Somebody get me a piccolo. I'm turning into Yanni. Yeah. Sorry, anybody watching the streams? I'm gonna wrap things up and grab myself a bit of a nap. Long day of streaming. So, for those of you who are watching the stream, I will be back later. Have yourselves a good morning, I guess, or good night, or good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you happen to be.